all honorary patrons here, all past presidents and patrons, all honorary life vice presidents, Vice President Sheyi Adeyemi, all council members, guest speakers, representatives of the British Deputy High Commissioner and Department of International Trade, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akin Oshuntoki. I am the chairman of the NBCC Trade and Investment Committee. I say good morning to everyone. I am pleased to welcome you both physically and virtually to the NBCC Conference and Exhibition, the very first, the maiden edition, here at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island. I am particularly delighted to welcome our speakers, council and ESCO members, and all our invited guests. We want to thank you for honoring our invitation, and please, may we all rise to observe the national anthems of Nigeria and Britain. Before we go too far, please allow me to state some housekeeping guidelines. Please, let's wear our face masks at all times. Sanitizers are available at different corners of the hall. Feel very free to use them. Questions and answers will be taken questions will be taken and answered during the Q&A session. Please raise your hand and a microphone will be given to you. You'll be identified and the microphone will be given to you. Let's make our questions short and sharp. For those joining us virtually, if the volume is too low, kindly check your system volume The event is being recorded and will be available live on our YouTube channel, the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. To comment and have discussions, use the chat icon. Submit your questions via the Q&A icon. Only questions submitted to the Q&A icon will be answered. Once again, it is a great pleasure to welcome everyone to the maiden edition of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce Conference and Exhibition. Shall we put our hands together for coming very early? Thank you very much. Please join me as we welcome our President and Chairman of Council, Bisi Adeyemi, to give her welcome address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shitoki. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shitoki has eloquently laid the protocols on which, in typical Nigerian style, I stand. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm most delighted to welcome you to this maiden edition of the NBCC Conference and Exhibition themed Fast-Tracking Productivity, Leveraging Technology. For those of you who do not know, and I'm sure almost everybody here would know the NBCC. We're the foremost bilateral chamber of commerce established over 40 years ago. This conference, our maiden edition, is a biannual event that affords businesses the opportunity to exhibit their brands as well as showcase goods and services to potential investors. Our objective, as always, is to promote brand visibility, foster new partnerships, develop foreign market opportunities which align with our cardinal objectives. Even though this is our maiden edition, we're excited at the level of interest we have attracted. The theme of this year's conference underscores the imperative of technology in driving productivity and is reflective of the current realities propelled by COVID-19. We're delighted to have a lineup of distinguished speakers and subject matter experts, including Mr. Olukayo Dikpiton, MD CEO, Bank of Industry, who unfortunately, because of affairs of state, again, as we say in Nigeria, is being ably represented today by Mr. Simon Aranonu. Mr. Shitoki had tried to pronounce that for me earlier on. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Is Executive Director, Large Enterprises Division of BOI. A round of applause for him. Also, Mr. Lamin Manjang, again, unable to be here because of the same affairs of state, CEO, Standard Chartered Bank, ably represented here today by Mr. Yinka Shorungbe, who is Head of Digital Banking. A round of applause for him. Mr. Adeshola Adeduton, we hope that he will join us, MD, First Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Leo Stan Eke, Founder, Chairman, Xenox Group, and Professor Akin Abayomi, Commissioner of Health, Lagos State, amongst others. To all our attendees, both joining us here physically and online, public and private sector organizations, present and online, I invite you to maximize the advantage of every opportunity presented at this conference and exhibition over the next 2 days to further the actualization of your organizational goals. I thank you. I thank all our sponsors. You can see they're numerous. Standard Chartered, First Bank, Shell. I will not go into the list because we're going to have a comprehensive vote of thanks at the end. But I do thank them because without our sponsors and our exhibitors, we would not have been able to hold this event today. So thank you all for coming, and I wish you a successful and eventful 2 days. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our President, Chairman of Council, Bisi Adeyemi. Our first presentation this morning is from Mr. Kayode Piton. We are aware that he is away on a national assignment. Lagos is very busy today, so we understand, but he is ably represented by Mr. Simeon Ararono. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. You will give us the remaining 20 when you come. who is in charge of large enterprises. We have BOI here to talk to us so that indeed we can learn a thing or two about what they do. Mr. Kayode Piton is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Bank of Industry Limited, Nigeria's oldest and largest development finance institution. He draws on significant work experience gained across the financial services sectors, banking, capital markets, etc., during the course of his over 30-year career. I thought you put it together for a gentleman who has been in this environment for 30 years. He has led the bank to successfully raise over $3.8 billion from international markets through syndications and now through the bond markets. Mr. Akpiton graduated with a BSc Honors degree in economics as a USC scholar from the University of Ibadan in 1982 and obtained a master's degree in international management as a Rotary International Scholar from the American Graduate School of International Management, Thunderbolt Campus at Glendale, Arizona. Mr. Akpiton is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration of Nigeria, a fellow of Nigerian Economic Society, and a member of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. He is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School and the London Business School. He is also an alumnus of the Hagar Institute, Singapore, and the Galilee International Management Institute, Israel. He is an ordained pastor, an ordained senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. He is represented this morning by Mr. Simon Araronu. Let's put our hands together. I welcome Mr. Araronu. Quickly. Keep on clapping. Large corporates, large enterprises.
I want to thank God for the privilege given to us to be able to speak this morning. And for the fact that we are alive. We can't talk about productivity when you are dead. Sooner or later, people will forget about COVID. But COVID took so many casualties, hit economies, economies of large and small all over the world. And productivity wouldn't be an issue if things were going on well. But so we should be grateful that we are alive, and it's only by the mercies of God that we are alive. My name is Pastor Simon Araronu. I am standing here not on my own. I'm standing on a pedestal, that belongs. I think I see. Is that not Tola I'm seeing? That's my Oga. I'm standing on representing the MD of Bank of Industry. So, disclaimer: whatever I will speak, I'm speaking on behalf of my boss. So if you ask me questions that I will not be able to answer, I'm going to ask you to wait until he comes back. Okay. I want to appreciate our president and the VP and everyone, Aki, our big boss, and everyone in the council of the NBCC. We are proud to be associated with you, and we will share a little within this short time available, and hopefully that will be useful. I have a slide. I don't know if the slide. Okay, there's a slide on what is called the Nigerian economy. I'm sure it will eventually be sent to you, but we already have it on the system. I will not bore you with what you already know about Nigerian economy, what's happening on GDP, what's happening here, and inflation, interest rate. I won't bore you with that because you already know it. I will, however, speak about a monumental event that is happening right now as we are speaking here. And that is very central to the economy of Nigeria. And one of the unrepentant optimists who believe that the future of Nigeria's economy is very fantastic, very great. And like I said, incidentally, as we speak here, that's a major event that will be a turnaround event for Nigeria's economy. And that's the refinery that will produce fertilizer that's being commissioned even as we speak here right now by the president, which is able to generate up to $400 million in exports for fertilizer alone. I should be there, but I'm here because my boss is there. But I'm telling you, we also played a part to see that process, also major financial part in Bank of Industry, to see it, get it to where it is today. And think about $400 million in savings, in export earnings. Not just in savings or forex, but in export earnings. Now, by the end of the year, God willing, the refinery for the various products of refined of white products, different things, the AGO, the everything, will be out. And if that works, as we are trusting God, we are talking about another savings of nearly $2 billion that will come in savings. Now, if you do the math, I look at that $2 billion as $4 billion. Why? Because the $2 billion, which is nearly 40% of our import bill, that's what you use to import, petrol, diesel, kerosene. Why am I doubling it? Because not only if that refinery doesn't take off, it's not there, we would have used that money out of our reserves to be able to import the products. But here now, not only are we going to save that money, we will be generating as a country. I'm not referring to Dangote as it's a private company, but the country will be generating export earnings of close to $1 billion in export over and above meeting local needs. By the time you calculate what the savings will be, with what the earnings in export will be, is the economy of Nigeria will take a new shape. These are game changer projects that will change our economy. And it's not, if you know that the Lekki Deep Sea Port is due for commissioning later this year. If you also know that God will have it as the president is done, he will also be commissioning the new gateway MMI International Airport, you can feel that things are falling into shape. Especially when it comes to FX. If we can be able to generate so much in savings and also in export earnings, the strength of the currency will change. The reserves, the acreage to reserves will change. And practically everything about the economy revolves around that acreage, around the reserves. So that's why I want you to be very optimistic like me about Nigeria's economy. The future looks extremely bright, and the future starts today based on what's happening right now in Dangote Refinery. And so with that, I will talk a little about the industrialization. We prefer to use the word industries in our bank, not because we are a bank of industries, but there's a difference between manufacturing and industrialization. We are a bank of industries. In industrialization, we handle both core manufacturing and, of course, what is called non-core, like service industries, not producing services that actually turn around the economy completely also. With the figures from the Nigerian-British statistics, we already have GDP of about 2.28% growth in Q4, and industries are contributing 8.5%. That's not the area that is really I want to emphasize about. The key thing is about employment. You see, in the manufacturing sector, the industries, both soft and hard, they are major sources of employment into this country. They may be consuming effects for now, but they are, I'm telling you, they are, after agriculture, and trade, the next source of employment is the industries. And we knew how things used to be, and we know that the good days are on their way back with this, what is happening right now in Dangote. And so now, in the soft areas, we, as a bank, has been pretty active. Hospitality, many people do not know, diagnostic services in the health sector. A lot of hotels in this country have been financed by Bank of Industry. 9 out of every 10 movie theaters that you enter into were financed by Bank of Industry. The Nollywood movies, many sponsored, financed by Bank of Industry. So we are active not just on core manufacturing, but also on the soft side. But talking about the bank now, Bank of Industry, many people don't know we have been here for 61 years. It's actually older than me. Bank of Industry started in 1959 as investment company of Nigeria. That's where we got the word Icon Merchant Bank, which used to be a subsidiary of NIDB. But we started as Icon. It was a baby of IFC, which used to own majority share, later divested, moved to 40%, and gradually became NIDB that you used to hear about. And of course, it was reconstructed, in year 2001, about 21 years ago, into what is called now Bank of Industry. So we have a history of about 61 years in this business of supporting industries, core and non-core. Basically, we are one of the agencies. We are owned by Federal Ministry of Finance as a MOFI and Central Bank of Nigeria. By allocation, CBN owns 40% of us by allocation, and then MOFI owns 60%. But we also one of the agencies, one of the 15 agencies under the Federal Ministry of Industries, who are our supervising ministry. But because we're a policy bank, we work based on the Nigeria's developmental plan. I'm sure you know about the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, as well as the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan. These are the two anchor plans that drive our businesses. We are therefore an arm of the government, federal government, to be able to drive development and industrialization, of course, to be able to alleviate poverty. Our vision is to be Africa's leading development finance institution, operating under global best practices. By the special grace of God, we are almost there. We haven't gotten there, but we're almost there. But just yesterday, we were nominated as the best DFI in Africa. Our mission is to transform Nigeria's industrial sector by providing financial and business support services to enterprises. And we do this by providing financial assistance for large, medium, and small businesses, and to diversify them and modernize them. Core sectors that we focus on is agro-processing, oil and gas, not downstream, upstream, midstream, solid minerals, healthcare and petrochemicals, engineering and technology, creative industries, renewable energy, food processing, gender, and special interventions of central bank. These are, if you come to Bank of Industry, these are the anchor groups, and it's in line with the NIRP and ERGP. The primary drivers of our BOI development strategy, what we usually is that we offer lower interest rates. lower than any bank in the country. Today, there's no loan that we give that is not a single-digit loan everywhere. We also offer innovative solutions. I'm going to talk about it later. And we focus on MSMEs. We try to do businesses that are environmentally friendly and sustain. We actually have a group called ESG. That's every project that we're going to finance must actually fit into our ESG plans and must be able to meet requirements in job creation. We know, we can tell what the jobs are before we finance a company and what the new jobs that must be created. And we actually do post-disbursement audit to be sure that the new jobs are created and the both direct and indirect. And then we also focus on women and youth programs and businesses that have forward and backward linkages and integration. Of course, if you have raw material content locally, you will be a good friend of Bank of Industry if you can source your raw materials from within the country. Now, our business model is very unique, extremely unique, in the sense that we are a retail bank, retail DFI. We have a license to be a retail DFI, but we also work with, deposit money banks. So we offer retail using the branches we have across the country, about 32 branches we have at the moment, and then we also offer, own lending services to commercial banks. But the platform is based on 3 areas. We have micro enterprises, which is a directorate of its own, which offers loans that are 10 million naira and below. It might interest you to know that in this category, we don't take any tangible security for loans in this area. Please mark my word, tangible security. I didn't say no security. And then we have small and medium enterprises where we lend above 10 million, but below 1 billion. It's a very huge group. All our branches across the country, they focus on this area. And then we have what we call large enterprises, which is, by the grace of God, where I look after those who borrow 1 billion naira and above, and those are actually for the large corporates, multinationals, indigenous and foreign. Those who have meet our requirements and criteria, for what we use for lending. Now, in the last 6 years, so to speak, last 6 years, we have done loan. Like last year, we did about 200 billion naira. And people don't know how massive our loan, structure is. And we've supported 4 million enterprises at the micro level, and of course supported 1,000 large enterprises, and totaling about 4.2 million. So this is who we are. And we, of course, with jobs, I've been talking about jobs. If there are no jobs, we're not interested. If there are jobs, we're interested. So that's why we don't do refinancing, because we believe refinancing does not create new jobs. But if it's an expansion project or a greenfield, we're interested, because jobs will be created. As a matter of policy, we don't do refinancing of loans. Again, we have done something called Northeast Rehabilitation Fund, where we have disbursed money to 6 states in the Northeast to be able to alleviate, the problems, the crisis, the social issues, and all the security issues in the Northeast that affected the country for many years. We supported industries, and we still support industries there, and small players, who have borrowed very small amount of money, sometimes as low as 100,000 naira, to help them to revitalize the economy of that area. Because we know that behind social problems is economy. If the economy is right, social problems will be fine. And those loans are pretty, low interest rate, 5%, and even sometimes low. And we've actually got into, partnership with some state governments in that area, where we had some matching funds. They bring money, we also match the money, and we did one with Borno State government. They brought 1 billion naira. We also matched it with 1 billion naira, so we did 2 billion naira there. So again, we've done, just last year, 2021, what we call MSME Survival Fund Scheme on behalf of the federal government. We disbursed about 58 billion naira. That's a major program that we did, but it was supervised by a steering committee, which includes, top people in the, ministries, SMEDAN, ITF. Of course, BOI was there like the anchor, the vessel to be able to deliver. And this it was a blessing to so many businesses that were really badly hit by COVID. The idea was to be able to alleviate the pains of people. Some of them including a payroll support that we give to so many people. And it was all over the country. The figures are pretty available. Some of them were given to transport unions, and we had a portal. It was very transparent, and everybody applied from all over the country. And we did that with a lot of joy to be able to minimize the impact of COVID. Our growth process, like was mentioned earlier, has been anchored on raising money to be able to provide funding at a lower cost to industrialists. And that's why we have been pretty aggressive on raising money abroad. $750 million US in 2018, 1 billion euros 2020. But twice during the lockdown, we raised 1 billion euros and $1 billion within 1 year, even from our homes, without traveling to anywhere in the country. The roadshow was online. Everything was online. It never happened before. And we are grateful to God that we were able to do that for the country and also for the industrialists. Of course, we just raised about 3 weeks ago 750 million euros from the Eurobond market. Now, why are we raising all this money? We are raising this, and why are we going abroad? You may ask. My MD always has an answer, and I'm going to give you the answer he normally gives, which is we lend money. Today we are lending money to some companies at 5%. So the most expensive is 9%. Okay, some 8%, some 7%, depending on the source of funding. How can you do that? What is the inflation rate? So if I want to raise money locally, then who will give me money below inflation rate? I can float a bond. We can raise money locally. We have AAA rating locally. Both Fish, Moody's, including Augusto, gave us local AAA rating the last 2 years. So I can raise money, at a good premium. However, where do you get money below at 5% or 6% to lend money to people? 7%. So it's not available. So and we are compelled to raise money abroad at very low rate, and then we use the money, convert it to local currency, hedge it, and then lend local currency. I can assure you it's 100% hedge, so don't even lose any sleep. We don't take any FX risk. Okay, so that's who we are. But over and above that, we have been. We've also managed some funds that make us very happy. One of them is a fund for $350 million that we have for Nigerian Content Development Management Board, and we used it to lend money to so many people in the midstream and the upstream sector of the economy, Nigerians only. Of course, we have been able to execute, we are about to execute a major project for AFDB for roughly $700 million. We already have signed the MOU to develop entrepreneurship, innovation in Nigeria. And also the World Bank has given us a mandate for $750 million US to be able to do what is called the action, recovery, and economic stimulus, to be able to revive businesses that were badly hit by COVID. The arrangement is that all the states, we have to be partakers, every state government. And at the last count, about 30 or 31 states out of 35 have adopted BOI as the agency they want to use for that project. So it will soon be ready. Now we have partnered with so many people. We have never done this alone, and there are many. They should be there on the screen. Many. Dangote Foundation, every state government. We have over 36 states in the country. We have partnered with at least 32 states. We have what we call matching funds, where whatever they bring, we match it, and then offer loans at a low interest rate to the businesses in their state only. Of course, we have what we call managed funds, which are funds which we manage on behalf of key players who have funding and who are looking for reputable institutions to be able to serve as a channel to be able to release their funds. We've done quite a lot, including some we've done for Ford Foundation and so many local agencies. UNIDO, we have done quite a lot, and there are many. Interestingly, we have collaborated with British Council. Here we are. And so what we have basically done as we round up is that BOI, Bank of Industry, we haven't just done lending. We have done more than lending, and we still do more than lending. We use these alliances to be able to provide finance, but we also try to provide advisory services to a lot of our players, a lot of our partners. Many people may not know we have what we call business development service providers, which is a long English for consultants. Okay, so don't mind our English. But there are people who are ex-bankers, accountants, people who know figures, who know banking, who know our president. And there are about 300 of them on that we have retained. If you go to our website, you will see them with their phone numbers and their addresses. And what they do is that they help to preview, pre-appraise, bankable projects that come to us. And because they know us, and we train and retrain them, and we pay them, anyway. We pay them, and also we ensure that the potential applicants do not pay them. So there's actually a service in capacity building advisory that we do to be able to engender development, especially in the micro and small enterprises. So basically, as we round up, our interest rates remain. All of them are below 10%. We have several of our loans now that are going for 5% without any fee attached to it. We have managed it on behalf of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is called industrial funds. And we have, of course, our loans are always long tenures because they are mostly for capital, for term loans for acquiring plant and equipment. But we also provide working capital. But most of the loans are tenured. And the good thing about our Bank of Industry loans is that the interest rates are fixed for the tenure of the loan. If we give you a loan for 7 years, that interest rate remains fixed for the next 7 years. And of course, we leverage a lot on technology to be able to do this, and we try to also get our customers to expose their products all over the world. We've taken some of our customers to key export locations, across Africa, where their products can easily be sold. Some of our customers are exporting within Africa. You may not know. Very, very good products that can match anyone that's produced anywhere in the world. And so, in conclusion, I want to mention that we also have plenty of human face. As you know, we are not set up to make money. We sometimes accidentally make a little money, but the money belongs to the shareholders. The dividends goes to federal government, and then we push our shareholders' funds, which helps us to be able to lend more money. So ultimately, because as you know, the shareholders are government. But then, not minding the little income, the little money we are making, we are more happier with our balance sheet, which by the grace of God has remained very excellent. By the grace of God, that our MPL runs between 2 and 3%, possibly possibly the best in the country, and also of course, that affects our rating and affects everything about us, raising money abroad and stuff like that. They all revolve on the quality of the risk asset. And we are blessed to have very strong people, running the bank. Our MD, you've seen his resume, our chairman, former MD of UBA. We are blessed with people, good capacity at the top. And another former MD of a bank also on the board. So God has been on our side. We actually call the bank God's own bank, because of the favor we keep enjoying. So during the COVID, and up till now, we reduced interest across the board by 2%. to all our customers. Of course, we also give them an option to be able to take 3 months, a 3 months moratorium on all loans. Some did not accept the moratorium, which means that things are looking good for them. Some accepted, but at least I'm sure nobody rejected the reduction in interest rates. And we've done that now for 2 years. We started it in March 2020, and this is 2022, and we have just renewed it again, for another 1 year, effective April 1. Okay, so that's the kind of bank, that God has helped us to be able to build for the country, and we still have a long way to go. We haven't arrived there. Of course, those who did the restructuring, we did for them, but we are very far away from where we desire to be. We want to be possibly the world DFI, the best. We are currently Africa's best DFI, and a lot of DFIs are coming to us. We just had the Ghanaians come last week. The people from Uganda came about a year ago, and they are coming to learn our model, to find why is it that a government institution is rated AAA? What's making them tick? But I've given you some of the secrets and some of the things we are doing. We continue to do what we are doing. We are all constantly exploring, imagining new ways of doing business. We don't have all the answers. If you give us ideas, we'll be very glad to be able to adopt, to add to the little that we already know. But we are grateful to God that so far God has helped us, and we are trusting God that we will do more for the country, for the industries, and to be able to move our GDP and create more jobs and make the country proud. God helping us. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Let's put our hands together again for Mr. Ararionu. When you ask a pastor to give a presentation, it really does not need a microphone. I think you did justice to the paper. Let's put our hands together again. The Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce comprises of several businesses. And one of the reasons why we have brought the Bank of Industry to talk is to give us an idea of what they've done. And as you heard, they give working capital loans, plant and equipment loans, and they have done this across various sectors in the economy. We asked the bank to talk about fast-tracking productivity, the role of the Bank of Industry. What we did not ask Mr. Ararionu to do was to advertise. So I have the authority of the president to give him an invoice, which I will do very gladly. And I've invited him to visit us at the headquarters. He will see what our chamber, the foremost bilateral chamber, has done in the last 20 years or so. And maybe he will be convinced to pay the invoice. Thank you very much again for that very good presentation. I'm happy the hall is filling up. Relax, we have very good speakers lined up for the day. Later on, I will be telling us the proceedings after the various sessions. We'll be going upstairs to declare the exhibition open. After that is done, we'll come back for tea break, and we'll move into the afternoon session. It's a panorama today, and I can assure you that even tomorrow will be better than today. Put your hands together for NBCC. Very, very quickly, we respect time at the chamber. I'm going to move on to the next presentation. Please note your questions. We're going to have a general Q&A session after all the speakers must have made their presentations. The next presentation is coming from a very, very strong member of the NBCC, and it's from Standard Chartered Bank. Put your hands together for Standard Chartered. One thing that you cannot take from our banks is that they have been our engines of growth. And indeed, I am proud to say that Nigerian banks stand very firmly in Africa. Put your hands for Nigerian bank. Put your hands together for Nigerian banks. We are aware that there is a lot going on in Lagos. Our next speaker too is on national assignment. But what you cannot take away from these presentations is the quality. So they have been put together, but one person does not make an institution. So we have very good representation from these institutions to make the presentation. So the next one will be from Standard Chartered Bank, and it's from Mr. Lamin Manjang. Mr. Lamin Manjang is the Chief Executive Officer of Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited. He supports the execution of Standard Chartered Group's strategic intent in Nigeria. He represents the bank on various boards in Africa, as well as leading as a senior banker on key relationships. Lamin joined Standard Chartered Group in 1999 and has over the past 20 years done various positions in the bank. He has built up extensive experience providing strategic direction in various capacities, including CEO for Kenya and East Africa, and CEO in Oman, Uganda, and Sierra Leone. Lamin provides leadership by delivering an integrated plan across the business and balancing strategy, financial performance, people and talent, risk management, business conduct, governance and stakeholder management. His deep knowledge of the African market, strong client and regulatory relationships, and broad banking experience drive the continued strengthening of the bank's franchise in the region. Prior to joining the bank, he was the managing director of Gambia International Airlines, where he drove record business performance. Lamin Manjang has over 30 years professional experience and holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's degree in business administration. He is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, ACMA, as well as a certified credit analyst. Lamin is married with children. As I mentioned, he is represented here by a very senior member of the Standard Chartered Bank management, and in a minute I will invite him to please come forward. Is represented by Mr. Yinka Shorungbe, Head Digital Banking and Data. Head Digital Banking, Mr. Yinka Shorungbe. I hope I got that right. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Yinka Shorungbe.
The world is moving fast, and it's changing the way we do business. Now, Standard Chartered is going to drive the change in how businesses bank. The new Straight to Bank was developed alongside clients to deliver services and functions that empower them to drive productivity and growth in their organizations. Straight to Bank enables you to be faster and more efficient, helping you to deliver more. The intuitively designed dashboard is the command center of your digital banking journey. It gives you a single view from which you can manage your relationships and financial positions, allowing you to do exactly what you want, when you want, wherever you are. Straight to Bank constantly evolves by analyzing your usage, activities and events, developing an intelligent pattern which allows it to deliver on-demand and relevant real-time data and insights to increase business acumen, while granting you greater control and effectively managing risks. Straight2Bank empowers users through its simplified user interface, allowing you to navigate through various tasks and journeys faster and with ease. Combined with a self-educating problem-solving feature, Straight2Bank studies your behavior and delivers a customized banking experience just for you. So the more you use Straight2Bank, the more it understands you. No matter where you are or what device you're using, Straight2Bank provides you with a secure and consistent experience. With its unique and advanced design, Straight2Bank elevates your digital banking experience, pushing business productivity, promoting efficiency, and driving down risks. Straight2Bank is the digital key that unlocks your business's prosperous future.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Straight2Bank, as you just seen there, is our digital banking platform for corporates and businesses, large organizations, and it assists you to do fast transactions, seamless transactions globally. And the only reason you're able to see that is actually because we received the invoice and we actioned it. So that's our digital banking service for our corporate. As mentioned, I'm here on behalf of our CEO of Standard Chartered Nigeria, Mr. Lamin Manga. And my name is Adeyinka Shorungbe. I head digital banking and data. And on his behalf, I'm here to talk about digital banking and the opportunity it creates. We are aware that in this forum, we have various organizations, various companies, individuals, companies, large organizations, multinationals, and all of that. So we try to talk about how digital banking, the opportunity to create, how it speaks to different organizations. And I want to quickly start off by saying, what is digital banking? All right. Digital banking over the years has been called different names, all right? It's been called mobile banking, it's been called electronic banking, it's been called online banking. And now in the era where we are, when people talk about digitalization, it's now become the norm to talk about digital banking. But essentially, they're all talking about the same thing, all right? It essentially is how you're using digital services, moving your banking services online to be able to manage your traditional banking services and activities and provide all of this to customers outside of physical bank branches. So your typical banking activities, making payments, checking your statement, setting up direct debit, making transfers, and all of that you typically will have gone to a bank branch to fill a form to do, all of that has been digitized and provided to customers to be able to access conveniently, securely through electronic channels. And essentially, what digital banking, and essentially what digital banking service offers is for the ability of customers to do all of this, have a bank virtualized in front of them, or maybe on their mobile device, and be able to do transactions. So you talk about all different types of transactions, virtual card transactions, transfers, and all of that. And all of this, when you talk about digital banking, they're all offered by various types of banking financial institutions. They're offered by your traditional banks, the likes of Standard Chartered, First Bank, Access Bank that we have here. So banks like traditional banks that you know, offering their customers the ability to access their account using their mobile phones, that is digital banking. Then you now talk about challenger banks, the likes of, that we have here as well too, the likes of Kuda, the likes of Sparkle, all right, the likes of VBank. They are also using digital banking services to be more nimble and offer their own banking financial services to customers. So digital banking. And you have your new banks as well too, all right? So all of these organizations are all using digital banking services to be able to reach out to their customers to provide financial transactions without having to visit their banking services. And what this creates for the banks is that the ability to be able to offer these services to their customers at a much cheaper, cost-effective manner. So what are the opportunities that this creates? So there are various areas of opportunities which I'll just quickly run through. The first thing that I mentioned is the virtual presence. All right? For a bank, the virtual presence gives that bank the opportunity to expand beyond their physical location. So you have a bank that is offering digital banking service. They are able to bank anybody, provide banking services to anybody anywhere in Nigeria and indeed across the world. So the bank is not restricted by a physical location. The customer doesn't have to go physically to a bank branch to fill a form, to make a transfer, and all of that. They can do it digitally. And like I mentioned, what are the opportunities that creates for third parties, for partners of the banks, for organizations that are mindful of the fact that banks are going into digital banking space? What opportunities does that offer to them? So you have partners that might be involved in creation of mobile apps. You have companies that have this expertise to develop online banking services. This creates an opportunity for them to partner with banks, for them to be able to develop this type of apps. It also gives organizations, technology organizations that are skilled in security services, vulnerability services, to also be able to partner with banks to develop secure platforms and such. The other area of opportunity is acquisition cost. For a bank, offering digital banking services to customers provides you the opportunity to reduce your cost. You know, typically to be able to acquire a customer in the traditional manner, you'd probably have to have an RM, maybe an acquirer, a sales officer that would go to the location of the client with a form, transport themselves, and all of that. But right now, with digital banking, it gives the bank the opportunity to be able to acquire that customer without having to expend all that cost. So all you just need to do is let your customers know that they can download an app, provide their basic information, and they can open an account with that bank in a seamless manner. When I talk a bit more about the story of Standard Chartered Bank, you'll be able to see how this played out for us. And for organizations that are willing to partner with banks, what opportunities does that create for them? Because banks would no longer, because banks have digitized their services, they need to also reach out to customers in the area where they are, in places where they are. And where are the customers? The customers are online. The customers are on your Facebook. They're on Twitter. They're on Instagram. So that creates opportunity to partner with digital marketing companies. So that's why you now see a whole lot of advertising revenue coming up on digital marketing space. So that is another area of opportunity where banks synergize with marketing companies, media companies, and it creates a whole lot of opportunity in that regard. There's been a whole lot of data about how spending on advertisement is moving tremendously to digital marketing. Onboarding, it becomes paperless, all right? It's fully digital. For the banks, it is reduced cost, like I mentioned. And for our partners, it offers things such as EKYC. EKYC is electronic know your customer. If I wanted to bank or open an account for a customer in the traditional manner, I would have to collect his physical ID as part of the regulations from CBN. He would have to come into my branch, he would have to sign. I'll have to take a picture. But digital banking offers companies and organizations that might be here the opportunity to offer banks what you call eKYC services, electronic KYC services, biometric applications, which can be included as part of the bank's banking services, digital banking services, for them to be able to identify the customer to confirm that the customer is who they say he is. So if I ask a customer to open an account online, all I need to do is first I need to take a picture of that customer. So you have companies that provide that services to banks as part of electronic verification of that customer. So they can take a picture of that customer, a selfie, and with that, you can compare it to selfies, you can compare it to biometric photo of that customer on government databases. So you're doing online validation of that customer. You can also take biometric images of that customer and validate it, store it, so that whenever you want to interact with that customer again, you can always check with what you have stored when the customer was opening that account. So that creates that opportunity for companies that are skilled in providing biometric services for them to be able to partner with banks in this regard. And then we'll talk about fulfillment. Typically, I'm sure a lot of us, when we opened our accounts way back, you'll have gone to the bank branch, and everything you needed to do would have been done right there and then. Maybe opening the account, you wait some minutes, you get your account number. And for some banks, you probably have to go, they'll tell you to come back for your checkbook, come back for your card, your debit card, all right? All that is part of account fulfillment, okay? And then maybe your statement as well too, later and all. But nowadays, digital banking offers the banks the ability to be able to fulfill all of this just in time. And the reason I put just in time there is actually something that is very, very important for cost reduction for banks right now. You would have gone to the bank, Jimmy, you wanted to collect a card. The bank would have had to store lots of physical cards at the bank branch, and then maybe distribute it to all the different branches, right? So that is like production in advance and storing of the cards, storing of checkbooks, and all of that. Right? And there are costs to it. There's cost to money, cost to time, and all of that. But with just-in-time and digitization, I'll explain what that means for the bank. If you open an account for a customer online, he needs his card, he needs his checkbook, all right? You have to fulfill that to him. He can make a request on the app. But you don't have to ask him to come to the branch. He can make a request for his debit card on the app. And you will now have to send the card to him by mail. You can send the card to him by physical mail. So you don't have to store any card at the bank branch for him to come and complete. So you have just-in-time production where you can produce the card on demand when the customer has request for it. All right? And you can send it to the customer as he requested for it. So that gives the opportunity for the banks to be able to have reduced cost for just-in-time production. You also eliminate storage. And like we said, what opportunities does this give partner organizations? Courier companies. Typically, right now, what we see is that we're working in this space with a lot of courier companies to deliver cards securely to our customers all over Nigeria, to deliver checkbooks. And also it creates a synergy, and for the customer, it creates a whole lot of convenience for you to be able to request for account fulfillment services, and you can get them immediately and straight away securely. So there are other various areas of opportunities there: service delivery, product delivery, client engagement. All of these all speak to many of the things that are very critical in this competitive environment. Things about reduction of cost, how to increase your revenue, becoming more efficient, greater cross-sell opportunities. All right, so you have a digital banking platform you've given to your customer. You can easily engage with that customer and do a whole lot of personalization and instant account fulfillment. And lastly, let me just quickly talk about big data. Big data offers banks the ability to know their customer more, offer more personalized services. And because everything is all digitized now, we're able to get more details from our customers that we can use in a much more effective manner in cross-selling services to them. So big data is a big area of opportunity that has come out of digital banking service. So I'll just quickly try and put all of this together in what has happened to Standard Chartered Bank when we took on digital banking and essentially the impact it has had on our own business. So retail banking in Standard Chartered for quite a long time. Standard Chartered started in Nigeria in 1999, 2000, about 20 years ago. And for a long time, because we were a traditional bank, we were opening accounts by paper and all of that, the business sort of stagnated after a while, all right, because we had to be building branches and then customers had to be coming to the bank branch, but the customer behavior was changing. So the number of accounts we were opening around, say, maybe 2017, 2018, wasn't growing as fast enough as the typical churn, natural churn that will happen in any business. So the business was sort of stagnated for a while. We had limited number of branches. We were present in just 3 states, 3 locations: Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. All right? And we faced high cost of thinking about building new branches. Anybody that is in any business nowadays, to build a branch, to build a physical presence, not even talk of a bank, where you have to put a whole lot more security and all of that, the cost is really, really prohibitive. So you now start thinking of the opportunities that will come about if you're able to expand your business without having to do all of these physical things, recruiting additional staff, canvas for new accounts. So those were the challenges that we faced. And then we were mindful of the fact that as a business, if we do not transform, we would go extinct. And that is just the stark reality of business nowadays. So we adopted a transformation strategy of upgrading and expanding our digital. We had a digital bank app before, but it wasn't fully digitized and it wasn't positioned as a digital bank. So we implemented a strategy to launch a digital bank with our mobile app. And this was done in December 2019. Yeah, in December 2019. 2 years after, we've been able to grow our retail banking base by over 200%, because right now, customers do not have to go to our physical bank branch locations to open an account with us. If you're in Ibadan, you do not have to come all the way to Lagos to come and open an account. You can open your account right there in Ibadan, because all you just have to do is go to any of your app stores, search for SC mobile app, Nigeria, you see the app, download it, and then you're able to open an account in 15 minutes. Our revenue from our retail banking business grew by over 300%. So we're able to reduce our cost in terms of acquisition. We're now also be able to increase our revenue because we now have more customers. Essentially, for any digital transformation, the throughput of that digital transformation is that you should be able to increase output by a minimum of at least 10 times 10. We've been able to increase our output both from customer acquisition, number of transactions and all of that by over times 16. So what does our own story say? So we've just done here a bit of a picture to show in 2019 where we were opening accounts in Nigeria. Just coming up, in 2019, we were covering Nigeria as part of the franchise for Standard Chartered franchise in Nigeria. We were in 3 locations, like I mentioned, Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. And we were opening an account in just 3 states, because you have to go and visit the customer, physical form and all of that. You can't imagine a staff would travel all the way from here to Ilorin to go and open an account. No, so we're only operating in 3 states. But after our digitization right now, last year, this year, we now open accounts for customers in all states of the Federation, because we've been able to use digital banking service to be able to access customers. Also speaking to the financial inclusion strategy of the CBN, we've been able to open our financial banking services, and it's accessible to all Nigerians across Nigeria. So we have customers that are opening accounts with us in every single state of the Federation. We're doing account fulfillment with all these customers in every single state of the Federation, working with different partners. It's created a whole lot of opportunities that I discussed earlier. The average number of accounts we used to open then was about 600 a month. So like I mentioned, what is the digital transformational output? Well over 9,000 accounts are opened each month now in Standard Chartered Bank. So we've been able to increase our output by well over 16 times. And our digital penetration, this is essentially the number of customers that bank with us in the digital banking service, and the average account balance, it's all increased. All right, so average account cost, I mentioned the average account cost then. Going digital would be able to assist you to reduce your cost. Typically, it used to take us about 8,300 to open an account. Some of those costs that I mentioned, the staff cost, transportation, and all of that, it was about 8,000, but now we've reduced it to 1,200 customer acquisition cost. So that's essentially Standard Chartered story, the opportunity that was created for us and the opportunity that we're able to take on and essentially be able to make a success of digitization. And working with partners, we're still open to working with additional partners as well too, because opportunities are always abound in this space. So for us, it's been able to assist us to increase our efficiency, our quality of service, and also we're faster in responding to our customers, and also we've been able to reduce our costs. So all of this has made us a much, much efficient bank, a much, how will I put it, better tooled bank to be able to service the Nigerian market. Thank you all. So that's my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Excellent. Let's put our hands together again. Very good, very good. Thank you, Mr. Ashorungbe. We appreciate your presentation. Yes, we'll go into Q&A right now, and I'll be asking Mr. Aaron to please come right on the stage. Take your seat at my extreme right. I'm going to be sitting between two bankers today. That means that this year is going to be a very good year. Let me also ask Mr. Shonogwe to come back. We will go online and you will do the needful. I'll give you my account number and you do the needful. On my, let's do the far right. Okay, good. So we go into Q&A right now. Please, if you have questions, introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and let's make it very, very sharp. A minute. Then we will take time to answer. If you don't mind, I'll take 2 questions, get answers for them. I'll do it in that order. 2 questions, we get answers. I have very good ushers here. They will let us have the opportunity to ask our questions. The room is getting hot. We have informed the management of the hotel to do something about it. So please, if you need to refresh, we have water at the back. Feel very free to help yourself. But we've asked the hotel to turn up the air conditioning. Thank you very much. Now, my ushers, get ready. Questions? Yes, the president has a question. Of course, she has the floor. Put your hands together, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shurugbe, I hope I'm not going to put you on the spot, but it's a question that I have to ask. And as somebody who uses mobile apps a lot, I get quite concerned. And you mentioned big data. So my question is, what do you do as a bank with the data? And how do you acquire the data? Because I know that sometimes you go to a website, you're trying to give an example, I'm trying to buy a pair of shoes. And the next time I go online, all that I see are shoes, people selling shoes. And so I know that somehow along the line, even though I don't sign up to the cookies, I know that somewhere along the line, somebody is monitoring my activity. And I know that people acquire all of this information. So do they sell it? And you don't have to answer this question, but it would be good if you do. Do you buy the data? And also, do the banks sell data? Just so that we're comfortable and we know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Just hold on. Let me take another one so that, yes, Dr. Dada.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. My question is directed to Mr. Sam Araronu. My name is Joe Dada. I am the chairman for the MSME Committee, Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your presentation, and quite clear. All you said came out, very succinct. The one that touches me is the 10 million naira loan for the micros. Last year, we had several training sessions facilitated by your business support development partners. And we were promised taking through the sessions as a precondition for assessing this 10 million. And we had close to 4 modules, different sets. And we had people from within and outside the chambers. As I speak to you, sir, we are still waiting for the disbursement of that loan. This is the last 6 months I'm talking about. And what is the issue? We keep getting feedback that, oh, it is with the CBN. Oh, it is with BOI. Oh, it is with NISAL. So what is really happening? People want to know, please.
Thank you, sir. Now you know why we brought you, Mr. Areno. So, yes, please go ahead and answer the President's question.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam President, for your question. The most important part of the question, which is very critical to assure everybody, is that we do not sell data. The data that we get from our customers are proprietary to the bank. We take the data as a very serious information that we get from our customers, and we do not sell it. So your data is always safe with us. We're guided by a number of data regulation, both in Nigeria and outside the country, because we operate globally. So we do not sell the data. In terms of what do we do with the data, we use that data to know more about you for the banking services we provide to you. So when you have our app, for example, because you have our app and you use the app, we can offer you products and services. And we would know your age because you have an account with us. So we would know your age. We would know whether you're married or not if you've indicated that. We would know if you have a loan, if you travel. We would know that because maybe you will have gone to Harrods to buy that nice bag. So we would know all of this. And then we would be able to now offer you other products and services. All right. So if we know that you're married, for example, or we know that you travel, we can offer you a product that would assist you to buy a ticket, a credit card, for example, that you can use for more traveling. So because of the data we know from with banking with you, we can cross-sell other products and services. So that's what we use data for. Other companies and other organizations can use data for different things. Take your Facebook, for example, or maybe your Instagram and your Jumia. I get that a lot as well. Once I search on something, I start seeing other things as well. They use data in different ways with the way banks use data. So we don't sell your data, and we essentially just use it to personalize the banking service we offer to you.
Right, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think the question is about those who borrow from Micro Enterprises Directorate, which are loans of 0 to 10 million naira. I did mention that we don't take tangible securities for them. So we won't ask you for a land or a house or something to be able to secure it. What we do is that we ask for guarantors of certain level, either in the public service or in certain organizations up to a certain level. You know, you are working in the oil industry, you are working in the banking industry, up to the level of XYZ to be able to guarantee you. That's all. But then, our loans, the role the business development service providers play, they don't approve loans. They are not our staff. They are consultants. They are, some of them are retired bankers, you know, like accountants. So like I said, we pay them. Their job is to go looking for bankable projects, like the one you described. And they go all over the country. And potential applicants can go online and pick any of them. There are about 300 of them accredited by us. So what they do is that they organize events because there's a minimum number of deals they must bring in a year, otherwise we will delist them. So they go around sensitizing the market, identifying potential borrowers, and they package the deals and then bring to us. The process for approval is ours. And so sometimes we've gotten complaints that certain loans have not been approved, but they have not even been sent to Bank of Industry. They are still being processed by the consultants. So we would like to know if there is any case like that. Please, I would like to take it personally, and we want to know the name of the consultant, that's the BDSP, and then we will be able. Sometimes we sanction them. Sometimes there are things that some of them do that we don't approve of, and we delist them. If we can investigate and find out that what they were doing, because, like I said, they are not supposed to collect fees from anybody. So if we hear they collect fees from anybody, we can fire them, but because we pay them, for that. So please, let me have the cases. We're going to look into it. But definitely, if we meet our requirements, we will be able to appraise, give an offer. If you meet the conditions precedents, we generally will disperse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aronu. Dr. Dada is the chairman of our MSME committee. After you must have had your tea, I will take you to the MSME pavilion so that those who applied for the loans can talk to you. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Aronu. There is an audience online. So please, I'll ask that you pardon us. We'd like to go online and have the goodwill message from our platinum sponsor, Shell Nigeria Gas. Mr. Ed Ubang is the MD of Shell Nigeria Gas. But before we go, let's have the Shell Nigeria Gas video so that he's aware that we played the video. So please, let's have the video. We can hear you.
Oh, that's better now. Excellent.
Good morning, sir.
So thanks everyone. I think I'm delighted to be at this year's conference of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, NBCC. It's a pleasure here. I'm very excited to be here, but I also like to pass off the goodwill message of my country chair for shell companies in Nigeria, Mr. Osage Okumbo. It's unfortunately he's unable to make this call, but I'm also sitting somewhere trying to get into a meeting in Abuja, and that's why I was unable to make the conference. The rest assured we have a strong team in the room from Shell to represent us. So I'll just go through with the goodwill message. It's an opportunity to felicitate with the NBCC on the Chamber's efforts towards fostering goodwill. Let's see.
Not yet. Go ahead.
Excellent. I'm delighted to be at this year's conference of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. Please, I will take a to sort of like stand on all the protocols that may already have been established. This year's conference provides a credible platform to focus on fast-tracking productivity through leveraging role in developing the ranks mainly by industrialization. Sustainable and inclusive growth. To Nigeria. Of an international energy company currently operating in the domestic gas distribution sector. SNG is a symbol of Shell's commitment to clean, sustainable energy across Nigeria and also the West African sub-region. I am optimistic that we will continue to see progress in this sector. And forums like this, midwife by the NBCC, will provide an opportunity for us to discuss the progress we have made and also strategize on how we can position ourselves to continue to take advantage of this teeming population in Nigeria. As president of the Nigerian Gas Association, we have also continued to advocate for affordable and reliable gas to energy under a commercial framework that supports a willing buyer and willing seller framework. This is important because we also see the NBCC as a key organization that can broker that positive investment climate that allows investors across the globe to continue to view Nigeria as an area that is competitively attractive to investors. I thank you for having me here today, and I wish you fruitful deliberations as you continue to discuss how we can move our great country, Nigeria, forward. Thank you very much.
To invite Mr. Ubong to one of our seminars in the future so that we can talk more about the opportunities that are available for our members. Once again, let's put our hands together for Shell Nigeria Gas. So we'll go back to Q&A. Yes, I recognize the chairman of our communications, Mr. Rotimi. I recognize Mr. Adeyemi also. Gender balance. Now I'm looking for gender balance. Yes. Yes, I recognize Yuma. Any other lady that would like, before I swing back to the other gender? Yes, so Mr. Rotimi, Mr. Adeyemi, and Madam, Mrs. Anai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oshutoke. I think you were about to promote me to becoming a doctor.
Well,
you have seen the future. My name is Bayo Rotimi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the MD CEO of Greenwich Merchant Bank. I have a straightforward question for Mr. Araronio. When you were making your presentation, or Pastor Simon, as I know you, when you were making the presentation, you said it is a matter of policy that the BOI will not refinance existing loans because your objective, like you said, is job creation. Now, I'm an investment banker, and I know that oftentimes when you refinance existing loans, particularly if they are more expensive, and you refinance them with cheaper long-term funds, you are actually creating value. The companies become more profitable. They can use their internally generated revenues as well as their reserves to expand and ultimately create more jobs. So I just wanted to know whether it is a red line or it is something that the BOI will consider relaxing as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Adeyemi.
Well, thank you very much. I stand on existing protocols. My name is Sheyi Adeyemi, and I chair the Learning, Education and Training Committee of the NBCC. My question is for Mr. Ararono. I hope I got the name right.
Yes.
Okay, I I was quite impressed about the various strides that BOI has made over the years in supporting industrialization and development across the country. I wanted to find out whether there is a plan to spread this joy to the educational sector, where you have a lot of opportunity to develop human capital. The jobs that are to be created, you need people to take up those jobs. And I need to know whether BOI is thinking of, spreading support to educational institutions. Thank you.
Mrs. Anai, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Mrs. Teresa Anai. I'm the MD of Kenda Travel and Tours, and I am Honorary Vice President of the NBCC. My question is to Mr. Surumbi. You mentioned a lot of processes on digital and online banking. My question is on online banking. There is this warning always that when you have a transaction, it could be reversed within 24 hours. For example, our business, we do a lot of transfer. I just want to know what your bank has put in place where one receives a fund and offer a service, and at the end of the day, it is reversed. Do you have any procedure in place to remedy this situation for your customers? My second question is on security. You said you collect a lot of data, and these data, you try to guide them, and they are secure. But these days, we experience a lot of calls from nowhere and telling you a lot about information that you expect you have been given to your bankers. What is your bank doing to make sure that we have less of these calls? Thank you.
I'll ask my speakers to make the replies sharp so that we can take more questions. Mr. Aruno.
Thank you, sir. The question from our friend and our customer, Oga wrote to me, Bio. The truth is about refinancing. I perfectly agree with you. Refinancing, we ultimately add value, we ultimately generate stuff, shareholders, and hopefully the shareholders will not declare the earnings and dividends and walk away. Hopefully, okay, that's neither here nor there. That's why we focus on greenfields and also expansion of new projects. But if the red line is not red, there's an area that is gray. And that area has to do with the upstream, downstream. So upstream and midstream. We don't do that area. We have a line for refinancing. And it's because the owner of the funds permitted that we should refinance. So those who have exposures to commercial banks in the oil and gas sector, which may be expensive, you can come to Bank of Industry. We refinance it at a rate of between 6.5% and 7%. Thank you.
The question from
the question about the educational sector. Sorry, sir. The truth is that before now we had only technical colleges, as where we could spend money because they are generating people, capacity for the industries, But now we have expanded it. Now we now provide facilities to educational institutions as long as they meet our risk acceptance criteria.
It's been a great session. I'm going to allow Mr. Shorogwe to answer, but if you allow, I'll take only 3 additional questions so that our tea does not get cold, and we can come back for the second session. So I'll just take 3, and I'll go to the back, so I'm not accused of... the gentleman at the back, you have a chain on your right hand. That's you. Yes. Yes, you. Can you stand? Yes. Then I need... I want to bunch everything together so that with this round, we can close it. Yes, the gentleman in front. Yes, you, sir. Yes. Okay, that's the second. I'll take a third. A lady. A lady. Yes, ma'am. Those are the three I'll take. Then we'll now take it together. So if you just hold on a while, sir, let's get these three questions and we'll round up so that our tea does not get cold. Yes. The gentleman, quickly. Okay. One question, please. Okay. One question.
All right, thank you. My name is Olajide Jeremiah. I work for Cressida International Limited. We're into import-export. My question goes to the Bank of Industry gentleman. Pardon me. So while you were mentioning all your conversations about the loan and the amount disbursed going into billions of naira, you did not mention anything about as regards to the return of these loans that were collected. I would like to know, what is the success rate in getting these loans back?
Thank you very much, sir. The gentleman in front, yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jide Adelaja from Media Seal.
Okay.
My question is to the gentleman from Standard Chartered. I wanted to ask you did mention that your transition to digital banking, as it were, has really come with a lot of advantages for you, giving you a lot of traction in terms of efficiency, improved, reduced your operational costs, that's overheads and all of that. My question is, has your media or marketing communication efforts also moved in that direction? That is to say, have you also gone almost fully digital, marketing communication wise, or do you still combine traditional marketing communication efforts with digital? And if there's a difference, to what percentage? How do you combine between the marketing, especially considering the digital penetration values that we have in the country at the moment?
Thank you. The last question, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Nungu. I'm the business lead of Media Sale and also a communication team member of NBCC. My question is to the Bank of Industry. Enough you have said. I'm particularly happy in everything. You are doing well, in both profit and everything from your presentation. But then, I think Bank of Industry is only known to probably the elite in the urban sectors. And there are so many bright minds doing great things in agriculture, in also smaller manufacturers, in the rural sectors, in the semi-urban sectors, that don't even know how to approach Bank of Industry. So my question is, do you have any program at all in terms of creating awareness of what Bank of Industry does, especially to these sectors that really need you to develop more?
Okay, the question from Mrs. Ania regarding transaction reversal. Our first question was regarding transaction reversal. How do we safeguard our customers, either individual or corporate customers, when they receive money into their account? Is it possible to reverse the money after they've delivered service or no? Typically, when you receive money into your account by transfer, or even if it's settlement from a card transaction, once it's in your account, the bank does not have recourse to reverse the money because it's been taken as a settled transaction. All right. The only instance where we would reverse the money, it would be done with your authorization, and that would require either the person that sent the money making a complaint against the receiver, the beneficiary, which will reach out to you to confirm or assess the complaint. In the case of card transaction, assuming somebody made a payment on a POS at your business, or maybe did an online transaction, and your account is settled, that person that made that transaction would first has to complain, has to raise what you call a chargeback to reverse that money, to make a claim against your business. And then once that is done, we as your banker would receive that charge back, and we would also contact you as well to that. This individual is claiming that they made a payment to you and they are disputing that you didn't give them service. You would now have to provide evidence that you provided service or that there was a transaction that happened between you. If you're able to provide that, we would not reverse that money. If you're not and the claim appears valid, then we would be required to reverse the funds. So there are processes and procedures to reversing funds. So we would not automatically reverse funds without taking due course to those procedures. Your question regarding security, fraud and phishing, well, those calls that you get are what we call phishing. Maybe individuals calling you to try to get information. Typically, they would use social engineering means by calling you and asking you different questions to try and elicit information from you. The first line of defense that we undertake as financial institution is to first educate our customers as much as possible not to divulge sensitive information about themselves. Whenever they receive any information or any email, SMS, one-time PIN and all of that, not to divulge it to any individual. So that is the first line of defense, or the first approach that we undertake with our customers to ensure that they don't do that. We educate our customers as much as possible. But on our own side, we have a whole lot of security and transactional authentication process that we have in place to ensure that even if those kind of activities do happen, and even if you've been able to divulge some information, we have a lot of things that we call 2D secure, 3D secure for different transactions, authentication that would require, additional authentication that would require you to maybe authorize a transaction with your own physical device. So we have two-factor authentication. Those kind of things are in place to ensure that even if somebody was able to elicit information or maybe fraudulently hack into your account and all of that, we do make it very difficult for them to be able to access your account. So first we share all this information with you, and essentially we put in things in place to protect your account. Also things like monitoring, behavioral monitoring, for example, on your account, the typical amount you spend, where you typically do transactions. We do have all those information, and if we see anything out of line or out of pattern for your normal behavior, we do put a restriction on your account in that regard. So that's how we do protect our customers. The last question on media communications, is it fully digital now? No, our communications and marketing activities are not fully digital. Like you see, I'm here physical, and we've been able to advertise to you in a physical manner. So these are types of media and marketing activities that we do. So we do still do physical media activities. We have sponsorship events. We do advertise in the physical environment, but we also do undertake digital marketing as well too. Both are very important. Both reach out to different segments, and both essentially are able to target different customers in different environments to achieve different objectives. I would say it's 50-50, but maybe we're tilting a bit more to digital marketing.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you do the remaining 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, thank you. The question about the collections of our loans. I did mention when I was speaking that our NPL ratio is below 3%. That says it all. That means 97% of our loans are collected. And we're driving to even something lower. Second question has to do, and by the way, the CBN ceiling is 5%. And we are far below the CBN limit. The rural areas, to create awareness for our businesses. I also did mention, and I'm going to mention again, that we have branches in 33 states in Nigeria. And they actually collaborate with chambers of commerce, like yours, and industry all over the country. And they meet with all registered members of those chambers of commerce all over the country. And they share the way we speak with you, the way the branch managers speak to them, and they identify businesses and support them. And as you know, we also have a television, TV programs, BOI Impact and BOI Weekly on channels on NTA every Tuesday and every Thursday by 8 p.m. So we plus digital.
That puts an end to our opening session for today. We have looked at fast-tracking productivity, leveraging technology. Please put your hands together for my speakers. They have done great justice. We are running behind plan. We are running behind plan, but let me say that tomorrow, by the grace of God, we'll have a session in the afternoon. But for those who might not be here in the afternoon, I encourage all of us to be here for the afternoon session. We have Mr. Leo Stan Eke, chairman of the Xenox Group, is going to talk to us. By the way, he's around. Also, we'll have the MD of First Bank, Dr. Adeshola Adedonton, in the afternoon. Tomorrow, we are moving to a bigger hall because tomorrow we are doing free health checks for everyone that will be here that are interested. So tomorrow, you want to have your health check, your blood pressure, this and that, please come early, and that will be done. By the way, that is courtesy of Avon HMO. You want to put your hands together for Avon. So right now, we will do a presentation to my speakers. I'll ask that our president and chairman of council, BC Adeyemi, to please come forward. Let's put our hands together.
Okay, so on behalf of the NBCC, and I'll be presenting this to you for Mr. Peter, but indeed you did justice to the paper and to the questions. Your invoice will come still, I have to assure you, because, and I think the value of that invoice has further gone up because you did quite a bit of advertising. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a job very well done. You did say that you have fully paid your invoice, but I think, again, you get a supplementary invoice. But thank you very much for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We will do justice to the beautiful cake here. So let's bring it forward. Madam President, please come forward. The two DPs should please, Deputy President Ateli, Deputy President Olashore, please join her. Let the Vice President here join, and members, the two speakers, please. Please come and join this cake cutting. Let's do this quickly. VPs, please join them. And I will ask all ESCO members to please join after this one. I want all council members, please, to join them. All council members, please, quickly. All council members, quickly. All council members, let's do it quickly. EXCO council, let's do it quickly. Let's do it quickly. After now, My friend, Mr. Sheyi Adeyemi will do the closing remark. After that, we'll go upstairs to declare the exhibition open. Then we'll come back to this hall right behind the screen for tea and coffee. Please note that the speakers for the afternoon session are here already. We are going to do it, we are going to start by 1 p.m. We are starting the afternoon session by 1 p.m. Thank you. So, Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being a wonderful audience. Please put your hands together for yourselves, and thank you. Okay, can we get him to talk now? Leo, stand. What do we do? Is he here?
Do we hold on the remarks? Okay. Let's go. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian-British Chambers, I would like to thank able speakers, Mr. Olukayode Piton, ably represented by Mr. Ararono, and Mr. Lamin Manja, MD, Standard Chartered Bank, for those wonderful presentations. We want to appreciate our patrons and council members, our sponsors, indeed our guests, and all ladies and gentlemen for making this session a very worthwhile one. Thank you so much for being a part of this success experience. By way of announcement, the official opening of the exhibition will commence immediately after this session. Hostesses are available to assist with anything. Our next session will commence very soon at 12 noon. Please let us maximize our time and return in good time. Finally, let's continue to maintain all health and safety guidelines. Thank you very much, and do have a good morning.
I formally declare the exhibition open.
Good afternoon. I must apologize for starting the second session behind schedule. Indeed, by the time we were finishing the first session, one of our esteemed speakers, Mr. Leo Stan Eke, the founder and the group chairman of the Xenox Group, was already around. I apologize. We apologize for starting rather late, but we are very glad to have you here. Not only have you made a name for the group, you have made Nigeria proud. May we put our hands together for... So without much ado, I'll stand on the protocol I established in the morning, but I must still recognize the President and Chairman of Council, BC Adeyemi. Please put your hands together. The Deputy President, Mr. Ray Ateli, FRPA. Let me recognize all EXCO members, all council members, past presidents, in no particular order, life vice presidents, every executive of the NBCC in this room. We thank you for joining us. We'll go straight into the business of the day. The opening session was very, very interesting, and I think we should put our hands together for NBCC. The hall was full. The exhibition hall was full, and we are glad that you did justice to our tea break. So it's time to go to the afternoon session, and I won't want to waste our time at all. Please, let's wear our face mask at all times. Sanitizers are available at different parts of this hall. We will take question and answers. We'll take questions during the Q&A session. We'll take questions and we'll find answers to them during the Q&A session. The same rule applies. Please raise your hand. A microphone will be given to you. Introduce yourself, your organization, and make the question as short, as sharp as possible. For those who are joining us virtually, if the volume is too low, kindly check your system volume. The event is being recorded and will be available live on our YouTube channel, the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. To comment and have discussions, use the chat icon. Submit your questions via the Q&A icon, and we'll attend to them. My name is Akin Oshuntoki. I am the chairman of the NBCC Trade and Investment Committee and the first vice president of the chamber. This afternoon, we are looking at two sessions. The first session is a presentation from Mr. Leo Stan Eke, and it will be looking at confronting business challenges and staying ahead. There is no better person to make this presentation than in Nigeria, an entrepreneur par excellence, a man who has put Nigeria on the world map, humble, and yet still available to encourage the new generation. So I'm going to call Mr. Leo Stan Eke forward to make his presentation, and thereafter the second speaker will come up, and our own Dr. Joe Dada, chairman of the MSME committee, will handle the Q&A session. That will be the order of the day. Now please put your hands together as you welcome Mr. Leo Stan Eke. Microphone. He's a teacher, so he's going to stand.
Frankly, Akin got me as opposite of professors. Prince, I want to appreciate you. I warned Akin, he harassed a whole lot. He's a businessman. He harassed me from different angles to be here. But I had also warned him about time, because time is my only currency. Two, I warned him, I'm not a professor, so I don't present slides. All my life I've spoken extempore. The topic is exciting, but I would love to handle it differently. If I had time, just had 20 minutes, that's my biggest problem here. 20 minutes, you can't deliver to the youths or to entrepreneurs. And everyone in this hall, whether you're an employee, employer, you're an entrepreneur, for business to stay in 21st century. And we can't delete the fact that we're in a third world. So conception of your business, it's very important. You know how far you can go. It's a miracle if you go beyond it. If you go beyond the GDP of an economy, then something is wrong. Okay? So that's why I say it's a privilege. You know everything. Most of you are entrepreneurs. Maybe you're starting small. You'll be bigger than us by the grace of God. You have opportunities, better education, frankly, better infrastructure. But we continue to complain. So I'll try and keep to 20 minutes, which is difficult. So I'm going to jump a whole lot. But I like to talk about case studies, things that are practical in this country. Okay. Confronting challenges. And I want us to note straight away that your grandparents complained, your parents complained, you are complaining, your children will complain, and the grandchildren complain. This is why we're in the third world. It's a script written by God, I don't know why, that Africa must continue to complain. Okay? And I talked to one of the biggest people in this country. He called me on Sunday. 2 of my generators broke down. There was no NEPA. Okay, apparently on Friday, I don't know what happened. I was in a meeting with the minister. I told them to buy another generator. So when they brought it, they had to deliver at the other gate because the crane couldn't move it over the fence. So, but the truth is that I had no light. Okay? And the person I called to rescue me, his generators were down also. He had no light. And he's in charge to supply this public light. Okay, I said, please, for God's sake, you give me light between 10 to 3 a.m. So somehow, I don't know how he did it, but he tried, he gave me light. So these are the difficulties. But interestingly, the 21st century is defined as an age that it's beautiful, driven by technology, but prone to disruptions. So if I had the time to tell you a little bit about what I'm doing today, it's not by mistake. So except Akin allows another 5 minutes to make it interesting. Now, everything I've done in this country, but I didn't start with this country. I struggled like any other person. I didn't go to private school. But somehow, if God wants to save you, this is why I believe pastors, some spiritually driven people, Somehow, I never drank. Because every person was drinking as a child, I can't remember tasting any alcohol. I never tasted cigarette before. But because if I was taking it, I would have been high on cocaine, high dosage, and I would have been a drunkard. I mean, the 1 hour put confusion on my head. Okay, but I have respect for people like this, so I decided to stay. Now, there's nothing special about all of us. When people say Nigeria is not moving, it's moving. When Udoji did Udoji Award, Owerri, as capital of Imo State, had no NEPA. And they say the country has so much money that they corrupted the teachers. Teachers were given money to buy motorcycles. A lot of them bought second-hand Beetles. And then the educational system failed. Okay, the country unconsciously forgot about hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure, and social infrastructure when it was very cheap. You go to Dubai today and enjoy Dubai, but no person can develop a Dubai today, including America. It's very expensive. They did it when it was very cheap. Cost of fund was cheap. They had partnership with people. The rail you see today was with a French company. Okay? So these problems are not going to leave us. But I want to take my level differently. As a disruptor, we confront issues, we want to stay ahead. But you pay a price with pain, a lot of pain. To be a successful entrepreneur, the number one thing on your script is pain. If you're not ready to take pain, forget it. I see a lot of hypes with the young people. In fact, a friend of mine brought somebody in the afternoon, my consultant for 18 years. And the business he was introducing for me to talk to the guy is the business, one bottle is 2,500 naira. It's cashew nut. I'm interested in cashew nut. I eat a lot of it. Now, the guy came in a car that's worth about 126 million naira. So first of all, he said, "Oh, Chairman, I like your cars." I said, "You want to carry them?" We laughed. I said, "Okay, who owns this car?" He says, I said, "You're a big boy. You can't do this business." Do you understand what I'm saying? The rich people you see today paid their price for what they are today. They took pain. But the young ones who are raising funds now move from economic class to first class. To close your eyes and arrive in London, you pay a difference of 2.7 million. So how much are you delivering? So, but let me go. To confront business challenges is a science. Don't kid yourself. It's like blocking a rail station, waiting for a speedy rail to fight. So I would prefer to classify into 4 because I don't have time. It's a very big topic. 1, I want to look at government. When you know your father is poor, and you are privileged to go to a school where children of the rich are attending, if you are very smart, you show superior intelligence, the children of the rich will pay your bills because they know the assets of their parents. They don't need to work hard. Are you with me? If you went to school, you find out those kids who are very smart in mathematics, okay? When people are coming, students are coming, they buy them things to teach them because they don't concentrate in class. So you end up being better than the children of the rich. And this is what I tell this country, and I repeated it last week. I tell them, God did not create any person in the 21st century to be poor, except you want to be poor. You don't need to be an entrepreneur to be rich, because the entrepreneurs must pay you, and we've entered that circle right now. I'm sure you know how many Nigerians live into Canada, Britain. Britain that will not give you a visa before. Even me 2 weeks ago, last week, 2 of my staff were giving residents from here with wife and children. I asked them to go, I blessed them. One of them, I told them, you'll be working from there. I'll be paying you for 1 year. Okay? So this is the situation. But the people they are employing, are they competent? Okay, so let me touch on government. But let me tell you how I started. I was like any other person, but I was responsible. I was a mass servant. I was to go to school here. I don't know what happened. I had an accident. I have 13 stitches here. So I had to fly out of the country. And then I went to India. From India, I couldn't cross to Texas because schools here had resumed. Unilag, if all of them. But to put it smart, where I went to in India is like Abuja, Chandigarh, northern part of India. That was a time Indians couldn't get visa to any part of the world. But they were studying. Now, all these pains took me, after it I went to do a postgraduate in computer science. As an Igbo man, Igbos don't believe your source of wealth until they understand it. And they argue a lot. So the last slap you got is technically equitable. You might blame this person, blame this, but it was a stupid thing to do. If those women went to a finishing school, they wouldn't have done it. It's like slapping your staff. Okay? Fine. So these are some of the deficits of the society. And these are people who are supposed to lead, and they have led. Okay, so the computer science, they told me in school after 3 months, look, you're a very restless guy. You say you want to go back to Africa. Why not we give you a job here? Because you get a job. This is 40 years ago. I said, no, I'm going back to Africa. Because my concept was clear, that I came to learn and bring back here. My mother had the privilege of studying in Britain. Okay, so she was typically British. So she believed the school knew more than me, advising me to quit and go and do another course. But I wasn't paying school fees. They were paying the school fees. So I listened. I quit from that course to do risk management. And after it, I was clear I wanted to do business. I wanted to understand the law behind international business. So I listed for LLM business law. It was then I started trading. Started with fashion. Go to Liverpool Street, buy, come back here, arrive here Saturday morning, offload to customs. The customs today are saving. That time the customs from morning, they start taking pepper soup. A lot of them, their stomach were like this in those olden days. So the life, no person was thinking of building 2-story, 3-story building. So next time I come in, they collect my money, I go back, I release the next cloud. So, but they didn't allow me to take the exam. I did my project very well, B, but they said for me to take exam. That was when Nigeria ran into foreign exchange problem. I had to pay the school fees. So, but I used part of my money trading, so I forgot the LLM. But I got the knowledge, I still owe the school. But I want to pay them substantially. That's why I haven't paid them. One day I will donate to the school in London. Okay, so to cut the whole story short, I went back to technology. I brought Amstrad, Apple. So when I started, it was just hustling. 99% of successful entrepreneurs are hustlers. It has nothing to do with age. The day he stopped hustling, he's dead. Okay? So early in the morning, I went home to my parents, and I called them. I wanted to tell them. And my father was an only child, trained by the wife because my grandmother was an early widow, and she was a chef to white people. So you can imagine it was emotional. So I sat him down, I said, I want to enter a business you don't understand. And I'm entering that business as an only child. So he shook, we're 6. He said, but Star, how can you be cursing yourself? Can you tell me why? I said, because you don't understand the business. My brothers won't understand the business. My uncles don't understand the business. So I don't need advice from you. He said, what of money? I said, Daddy, you don't have the kind of money I need to survive. He said, so how are you going to survive? Are you going to steal? I said, definitely not. But I had planned my strategy. So when you look at your environment, you don't have enough. You have to find a way. So I had decided to build myself as a personal collateral and then gradually build companies that become corporate collaterals. So this takes a lot of discipline. You can't be in wrong places at the right time. Okay? So you are an unusual person. So, you know, in England, you could walk into the bank then and take a loan. They give to you as a student. And if you say the business is failing, they give you more. But I didn't take that approach. I took the approach of convincing the corporates to give me the goods I come and sell here and return the money. So my PA that retired February this year was the first guy who gave me credit. He was in charge of Apple for the whole of Africa, Vipinsha. He retired at 72. The first supply I did to Chevron collected the money at 4 o'clock. By 9 o'clock p.m., Babangida devalued the currency. So I felt like committing suicide. But, you know, when people commit suicide over money, it means they are more passionate about currency than the business. So that's why I knew. I called him the next day. I said, I'm in trouble. He said, Stan, we had the news. I said, do I come and work for you to pay the difference? He said, no, Stan. Just tell us when you can pay. Because the money I have now is not enough to pay them. Talk about my money. And that's first loan, like first loan. It wasn't a loan, but they gave me goods on trust. The sister, tell us when you can pay. I said 1 year. He said, no, take 2 years. But somehow, God blessed me. 2 months after, I did the biggest business. So I was very lucky entrepreneur. Somebody walked into my office, power dresser, and paid me equivalent of $4.3 million. In Ikeja here. He's an advertising guy. It was 3.9, but that was when dollar was about 80 kobo to $1. I didn't believe the man. Ojikalu's wife was the manager. I thought it was fraudulent. I said, check the money very well. They checked the money. I didn't sleep all night. For some of you who are praying for money, when you see big money, you will not sleep. You know, I thought it was 419. That was when there was one armed robber, Nini, in Benin. Don't understand Nini? Okay, so I didn't sleep. The man didn't ask me when I'm delivering. Early in the morning, I resumed at the bank on Allen Avenue. I said, have you checked that thing? But a friend of mine I spoke to say, Stan, withdraw some to know if it's genuine. Because I didn't trust the bank. You know, banks used to use typewriters. So I withdrew some, they paid. All day I was very restless. I used to eat once at Sheraton Hotel, 56 naira a day. I was living alone. I was living in my office. Another friend of mine advised me, I think it was Reku, say, Stan, okay, issue a check to another bank. I issued a check to Union Bank. That time, check used to take about 6 days to clear. But every day, I would leave Ikeja and come to Union Bank Marina, okay, to check until finally the money cleared. I went home and prayed to God. Sonny. But I was very clear that I wanted to build myself as a man of integrity. That's why I believe in trust economy. If you don't have an economy that is trustworthy, you can't grow. This is why Africa is on ground. Before I came here, somebody has called me that Stan, interest rate has gone to basically 31%. Are you with me? Who is making profit of 31% with supply chain problems? So we are creating more criminals. Okay, so this is my own code. So I said I won't borrow. I hope there are no media people here. Okay, so please just respect this privacy. So I said I won't borrow. So for 36 years, I've not written to any bank to give me a loan. And I've done the biggest deals in this country on technology. Okay. So what I'm leaving with you, because what I'm here, what are the possibilities if this doesn't work? Okay? So I live on trust. But when you are owing people, I'm not owing cash, I'm owing goods. But you must pay on due date. Before I came here, I had transferred money. Because I'm talking to technology, no more management. If the money doesn't come that day, they block me. So even if you pay me 200 million to order the goods, I cannot order until I pay the other one. And you know we have global ratings. Okay? Fine. So if I owe HP, Lenovo will stop, Microsoft will stop, Dell will stop, Cisco will stop, IBM will stop. So if I came here doing launching, if you call my name from now to tomorrow, I've written the check in advance. Because I don't have credit facility with any bank. Okay? Fine. So I just thought I'd create this utility that you have a chance. And that's why before you launch a business, you need to be very clear who you want to be. Don't chase money. Wealth comes as a right if you work very hard, and then God makes a difference. But you ask yourself, this money I'm looking for, where is it headed to? I have rich people. They are stranded with the money. But they kill people for less than 1,000. Are you with me? Fine. So you must go into what you like, what is progressive. Okay? And you'll be prosperous. But the foundation is government. So let me tell you about government. You're not doing this. There's a social angle to it. The government is holding all of us here. Be the most intelligent. You have all the resources. You can take loans. They collapse you in 1 minute. And your best friends laugh. Now, you know, the government is in charge of hard infrastructure. That's what is holding all of us. How can you produce today? How can you manufacture in this country? At what cost? Where are the roads? Even poor people are flying because of insecurity. How much? These people you see in aircraft, ask them their salary per month. How did they make the money to be flying weekend? Civil servants, flying every weekend. Okay? So part of my call, I was praying to find an identity. So when I came, I introduced first knowledge platform. I launched desktop publishing in the whole of Africa, in the whole of West Africa. So I brought Apple. So I computerized every newspaper, magazine, advertising agency, inside all of them. So I was looking at an opportunity to educate people because knowledge is key. When I got successful with that, I was praying for an opportunity to alter government. Until you put the right people in the right places, forget it. You are wasting your time. You wake up in the morning, delete your account. So when the opportunity came in 2006, Obasanjo wanted them to try me because he believed in me. The day I launched Kong, I launched Zynox, I launched it here. The whole of VI was blocked. VP, all the Senate president, past, current, all the governors, all the diplomats were here. When I spoke, they started crying. Okay? But no person asked me where my plant was, the Zynox plant. Now, bringing it down is how can we put the right people who can take decisions for our future? The opportunity came when the Canadian company they gave to do the INEC field and kept all of us at the polling booth trying to register. Nothing. I took it up, and I did that in 1 month. Government paid me $4.3 billion. I didn't bid for it. And then I did that again. It was a big fight because no person believes the same Nigerians you sent abroad paid the same school fees with like a white man. In fact, more than a white man. Because I used to quarrel with my lecturers at club. I said, don't give me Manchester as an example. Because I paid more school fees than the white man sitting in the same class as a foreign student. Try and connect it to Africa. Okay, and one used to, Professor Carter used to be a visiting professor in Unilag. Okay? Now, I did the 2010, but it was a big fight. At a point, I took a Bible to INEC. The day they finally called me. I don't want to go through the whole story, but what I'm saying, finally, I delivered the result. I delivered for the American, but they gave me now 70% of the contract. Okay? But they didn't believe me. It was the Chinese that told them this is the man who understands it. But I made Chinese to pay for all the inconveniences. They paid me $1.5 million. We signed a contract, they gave to Jega and gave to due process. I insisted, I thought otherwise I'd disrupt the system because I refused to attend meetings with them. These are some of the humiliation we call. That's why I tell you knowledge is everything. And we did it online. I had the technology to block them. But I said if I block them, we're going to repeat again. At that time, they have become confrontational. That's the Nigerian people there. But finally, I delivered for everybody. When I came to China to see my factory, after inspecting, I just pointed the remote control, the cutting drill. I said, this is hair. You know, Hair Tamaco is a big company. I did for them. I said, these are the equipment. I deployed for everybody. But they needed to give me the majority for me to support them, otherwise it would have been a total collapse. But let me tell you where my focus wasn't the INEC, but instituting a process that elect the right people to lead the nation. So when it was time for server, 600 servers, they didn't want to give me. I said, if you don't give me, I will not support others. So they gave me 50% and gave to others, but told me to take responsibility. Okay, so I did the integration in Bagada. But what I did was I have analytics that could delete underage voters. So what a lot of people did, they use calendars. You know, calendar used to be very popular. You know, annual calendars, monthly calendars. So they use calendar, the same fingerprint. If it doesn't match, it throws you out. So I deleted about 6.7 million voters. So that's how we arrived at 69 million Nigerians. Okay? But I didn't tell any person. It was a security issue. But later they knew. And when Jega called me, I told him why. Anyway, so that helped to put the process you see today. Some of you who were mature enough, when you vote, you see the man keeping spirit by the side with cotton. If you finish voting, they clean it, you go and vote again. The only qualification is that, for them to disqualify you, is that there's ink on your thumbprint. Okay? So you can vote 3 times, 4 times. So this technology stopped it. So then there used to be, it was rigging 90%. Rigging never leaves any election. But today, after that, we did the authentication, the card reader. We designed the card reader. And so when you go to vote today, it identifies you, and then you can vote. So my process is not, I made a clear point I would never be a politician. And I told the president then, and people who are forcing me to go and lead Imo State, I said, I would never. It's a resolution. Okay, you need to belong to something. Okay, so we resolved that problem. So the litigations you see today are reduced. When you lose, you know I lost. But they would have cheated you 10%. As against before, 90%. Then I started a crusade on electronic voting. The international community used. After I gave the talk like this, they agreed with me. Nigerian criminals are smart. They agree with you, but they need some concession. And that night when I left, we all agreed that it made sense, because you can't rig that one. Sorry, you can rig, but you can be blocked. Okay, so it means today you can vote here, and the result goes to INEC headquarters. Everybody is seeing it on the screen. Wherever you are in the world, if you vote, we say it. Okay, you will also say it. Fine. But one senator called me that night, said, Stan, with all you have said, I agree with you. But I want to remind you that if you implement this in this time, 95% of people you saw in that hall will not come back. So we'll support you, but you need to give us some time. I said, no problem. Okay, so this is government. So today, we are getting better. Okay? The system need to bring those who make laws that support our effort. So if you look at my logo, it says, anticipate the future. Anyone who doesn't anticipate the future is as good as dead. Okay, so that's government. Immediately you institute good governance, you institute good governance, the economy will start running, including influences with the banks and all the rest of it. Okay? Health sector, educational sector. Let me talk about knowledge, finance quickly. On finance, I just put part of it. It's a business. I don't want to say anything about church here. I'm a Catholic, but I continue to argue with them. The Pentecostals are smarter. These guys are conservative. 80% of people who join Pentecostal churches came from Roman Catholic, isn't it? It's all about lifestyle, what the new generation accepts. Who has seen God here? Including the tithe you give to the pastor. He's living well. Isn't it? The poor people are buying private jet, big cars, the nation. Okay, they don't have it. That's part of the challenge in Africa. Okay? If they are not making money, they cannot expand branches. They are bigger than the companies. Okay? Fine. Now, on finance, it's a disaster. It's again part of government challenge. How can a young man set out, they give you a loan? It's like the bank is praying for you to fail to take the money. And they are in the same economy. Like they change the policy today, 30%. You plan your business on 20%. 10% is a huge margin with supply chain problem. Okay? So what do? Okay, I listen to them, but I'm not owing them. Are you with me? You know, while you appeal to the manager of a bank, please give me another 2 weeks, you're paying interest. So I think a lot of us should be clever. I don't know why we're chasing. You see people, they just see this man doing business, they go and borrow and join. You don't know where the meat is. So let me talk about knowledge because I have maximum 25 minutes. How do we confront the knowledge base? Things have improved, but improved wrongly. When you study India, why they couldn't get jobs, they continue to study. When I came back as a young man, I left India straight to Ireland. I wrote an article. I say India is an economy waiting to happen. The summary is when you have a knowledge-driven family, a knowledge-driven community, they are waiting for an opportunity. Are you with me? Fine. So this is why Indians are leading today. While I was in the car, a director of Barclays called me. He says, Stan, you told us 2 years ago that Barclays would change its character if an Indian emerges. He said, how can an Indian? I said, an Indian will emerge. Because investors are greedy, are selfish. They want somebody who can deliver. They don't want their bloody color. Today, an Indian is MD of Barclays Bank. It's like bringing an Indian as the head, global overseer of Redeem. Are you with me? Don't tell me it won't happen. Are you with me? It might not happen with our generation. But if he's performing more miracles, people will vote for him. Okay. I have the greatest respect for the Redeemed General Overseer because I've met him. And I discussed what is happening, like Oshiba Jalo of mine joined today. I discussed with him 22 years ago. Early in the morning, he invited me. I said, you have the platform to change the government and put a right person. And I told him, I said, 90% of people coming here don't like you. They either have problem, financial problem, health problem, they are looking for wife, they are looking for job. That's why I believe him. After I finished, I said, you ever thought about this? He says, sorry, you never did. That's why I have the greatest respect. 99% of Nigerians say, yes, we have been doing it, this and that. I had breakfast with him. I had 3 sessions with him. I don't worship with him, but I just pop in anytime I like. Anyway, so the knowledge base of an economy is critical. We have too many universities become a fashion. University is a social investment. You don't maximize profit. Because when you employ people, there's no job. You find admission for people who are not qualified. And you ruin the system. A BSc out of Nigeria is a BSc. It has nothing to do with the institution. So if you go to Canada, BSc, they give you some, like one I just paid the school fee for 3 years. He couldn't write the grammar. The father was my classmate. So I had to send somebody even to believe that he was in that school to go and pay school fees. Okay? Now, these universities would have been colleges. So most of the universities in Lagos could be colleges under UNILAG. You understand? College of Computer Science, that is their core. Analytics, this is their core. You understand? Pharmacy, this is your core. They don't have infrastructure, they have nothing. One of them, I went to school. You can't climb the staircase. The staircase is like this. And he's a rich man and has graduated a lot of people. So the knowledge deficiency. But you know what you people do? There's an option. Nigerians are smart, but you need to retrain them. Right now, I'm working with Imo State. I've done across the country, but you know it's too small. Because I'm not a politician, I won't make noise. I built labs in some schools 22 years ago when I was nobody. Because you must build people who will help to drive the economy. If the economy is 1,000 and the value is 1,000 and you are controlling 80%, you are still at 800 naira. So it's better for the economy to be 20 billion and you control 1% or 0.5%, you are better off. So every person continues to criticize the system, but who is helping the system? Nothing stopped for some of us to build finishing school. You don't need more than this room. Retrain those kids. They are smart, but you don't blame them. Somebody from my village he's never seen food, talk about cutleries, how to use it. Is it his fault? He doesn't know how to dress. I used to buy dresses, perfume, shoe. I trained all my staff, including driver, because he thinks picking his teeth publicly is acting like a big boy. But if I catch you, I'll sack you. But you need to train him first to know that he's unruly. These are small, small things. Okay? And this is a deficiency. I just told you, give you an example, that if the two first ladies went to a finishing school, without sounding immodest, I don't think 2 Yoruba women would have done it. Because even if she's deficient, immediately the husband gets to position, she will run and go and do that course. Because there's a way a woman should say it. I see some ladies, they're open-breasted, wearing it, to come on official day, to come and talk about business with me. So you are not selling your company, you are selling yourself. And you're not a commodity. Are you with me? So I helped to talk to them. I just handled one case. So today you have a staff. So stupid, he's their staff. He hasn't resigned. He starts with another company and he's in LinkedIn. The company has published that this man is a new employee. I just handled one now. You know, just stupidity. Okay? They are celebrating his arrival. He hasn't resigned here. So, you know, these are deficiencies. Okay? Because you can't grow until these things are corrected. They take fuel. So when I told the HR, let me speak with him, he's my boy. He said, no, chairman is too small. I said, if I don't correct him right now, he'll continue. Okay? And it will destroy him. Okay? Now, we'll also, as we make money, those schools you pass through, invest in them. You know the problem in the Southeast? I discussed with other governors. It's lack of job, poor quality of education. The institutions, I go to an institution, I ask, they don't have internet, they don't have light. So what are they doing? I ask the teachers, so how can we communicate? They say, communicate how? I say, virtually. They say, how are they going to communicate? They don't have computers. So you can imagine you are depressed. But you need to fix it. So I'm doing a 500 million project. I'm bringing all the heads of the schools into Lagos. 3 days, spent 3 days with them. Okay? And I set a center. So I demarcate the entrepreneurs and those who want jobs. You can't tell somebody to be an entrepreneur, he has no smart gadget. Because if you want to read about me, before I came here, they said your son is coming. You already Googled me, isn't it? You have an idea and you learn one thing or the other. In 24th century, you can't run. This is exactly I'm fighting with Catholics. Okay? It has changed. Who are the people who will pay tithe tomorrow if you don't make them today? Anyway, so the knowledge base this week, we all need to contribute to turn it around. In that place, as you are growing, you have enough human capital to train them already. You are one of them. You must participate, and technology makes it easier. I'll give you a good example. I was talking to some Monsignor and Reverend Price. I said, we need to prepare that a lot of our children would do service online. You know, church service online. They say, no, what of communion? I told them communion is spiritual. Less than 9 months, that happened. But I know time that's why I said it's difficult. Okay, when people invite me, there's another group, church, advertising my name. I had my posters all over from Chevron. They haven't gotten the go-ahead yet. Now, let me now descend to altering your destiny, the opportunities you have in 21st century. I think if I'm not in technology, I won't be successful. You know, everywhere in the world, the richest people are tech people. I suffered in this game, but not suffered with a deficit. But it could be very frustrating because all the people I started with, I know they are rating. Okay, they asked me to run for presidency. That's the only way to correct it. But you can't. And the only reason I wasn't governor of Imo State is because there are 37 governors. So if I'm talking to the president, it's only Obasanjo who tolerated me. He said, this Stan insults me. But he's like a father. I never knew him. Are you with me? Now, as a governor, if you tell the president this, 36% will say you are against the president. You are supporting an enemy of the president. This is just the only reason. I said I will never be a governor. I won't try anything. Now, having said this, we are today in technology. I want to talk to you people. Things have changed. A lot of businesses are in diminishing returns. There's nothing you can do. You know, I don't want to tell you people what I've done across board. I pioneered. But technically, anything in technology here, I pioneered in Africa. I launched e-commerce in Africa. I was going to Abuja. I said, how can I get across Africa? Immediately I landed at the airport, I called my lawyer, I said, go and register buyrightafrica.com. That's the first e-commerce in Africa. But he failed. I hired the MD of Microsoft West Africa. The highest salary in my company then was $750. He was earning $4 million a month. But we failed. I forgot the country was deficit on plastic cards, debit cards, and credit cards. So how am I going to scale? We struggled 18 months, I shut it down. Jumia came. Tunde, who launched Jumia, I met him in Harvard. Harvard invited me this way on their global conference to be a keynote speaker. After the Nigerians came around, so I was mentoring them online. So he launched Jumia, Sima and Naspers launched Konga. So I supported 2 of them. I gave them each credit facility of 1.5 billion. Now the struggle was a showbiz. Okay? That's a new business, no experienced person. So this person will come to Konga and hire and pay double the salary. Konga will go and top 3. So you see, graduates of 2 years, now they are vice presidents. That's the confusion in the new tech, fintech. I'm sure some of you are experiencing it. Okay? You see a chap who's supposed to be earning 100,000, he's on 500,000. Next month, they hire him and give him 800,000. Okay, but there's a solution. The 21st century allows you to leverage on what you cannot afford, to lease, rent. A lot of people having big offices today will not have those offices, there are no needs. You need a meeting, these guys provide you a table, but you must be on time. It's like if I had a meeting with you people, and I came here, you people are late, another person has booked for one. Are you with me? Okay? That's the way it works. So, for some of you who are startups, it's difficult to scale without finding partnerships. That's what e-commerce is all about. There's a lot of hype. Fintech in Nigeria, maximum that will survive is 4, but they've listed about 35. When I acquired Konga finally, because my son launched Udala, okay, he just came in. He was a good musician, Davido's friend. I said, look at my friend. You don't behave like Davido. Okay? Davido is like my son. Immediately comes, he goes to the kitchen. Okay? I said, I'll buy you anything because he's a good producer. But you are a gentleman. You can't tear a shirt on stage. And you have too many baby mamas. Are you with me? So I said, what do you say you want to do? Where I failed? He added composite e-commerce. So he's like the guy who launched the first composite e-commerce in the world. Before Alibaba and Amazon started joining that group. Maybe they planned it, but he was the first at a small stage. Now we acquire Konga. But let me tell you what the new business is, and that's the hype. The day I acquired Konga, it was very clear to me that it was a suicide. New business is suicide. All the fintech making big noise, raising so much money, ask them what is the revenue. This is Africa, isn't it? Fine. Now, if you ask any person in Konga, I was giving them 400 million every month. It's a loss. Every month, I gave them 400 million, the bonding, for 22 months. But we started building infrastructure. So I want to advise you, it's huge. The technology cost, marketing cost. I'm sorry you see Jumia. They are burning over 2 billion on lamppost and advert. Are you with me? That doesn't change the character of the people. We are still graduating. So I told them, I said, hey, I've been a leader in the tech sector in the continent. Go into infrastructure. So Konga owns the biggest warehouse in the city of Lagos. I'm sure you see the one there. But we have it in Port Harcourt. We have it in Abuja. Actually, we have traditional markets. I built the first traditional market in Owerri 26 years ago. Okay? I have the biggest in Abuja. The one in Satellite is actually belongs to me. Okay, so at the point that you are going to integrate them. Now, as a smart young man, young woman, it's too expensive to expand. So what we have built tomorrow is that you can consolidate your inventory with Konga. Konga has Konga Pay, which is authorized by government. Okay? They have logistics. So when we bought Konga, I deployed logistics. When I did that INEC, the big one, the $270 million one in 2010, DHL, UPS, all of them promised me Red Star, they will bring trucks. When the first aircraft landed, where are the trucks? One of the trucks that came couldn't leave our premises for us to bring another one. But I had bought 4 from Mercedes and Namco, trained the drivers. It was frustration. We had 17 747-400 body aircraft in 2 weeks. It was a massive operation. I had to go to wharf to hire all the trucks carrying fish, you know, the air-conditioned trucks, the refrigerated trucks. They were charging them about $190 to the north. I gave them double the amount. Otherwise, we would be dead with that project. Now, so these are some of the deficiencies in the society. So what you need to do today, this didn't exist before. I would have been richer, and I would have had peace. So this is where the economy is going, okay? So in most of those offices, we built offices. So let's say you have a product. You rent one table because you need your regional salesman. You rent one office.
There's internet, there's security. The warehouse is secured by mobile police. Are you with me? And we build this across the country. Not only us, others will join. Are you with me? So this would help you scale. You have light, because we must have light with technology. Okay? And we have logistics to deliver it to the different locations. And like you know today, a lot of you can sell across the country. So these are some of the solutions that we can find to lead. But if you want to be an entrepreneur, you need to differentiate yourself. And how do you differentiate yourself? That's what I call in disruption. Okay? There is a government project that will come out very soon. But it was very clear. Even people who have major competitors, when they go there, they talk, say, do you know this guy? They say, that's the only guy who can do it. So you must build reserve. I want to leave the stage because I spend more time than I should. I want to plead with you not to lose hope. No person can stop you as far as you don't join political comments. So I've been editing everything I wanted to say. Because if I leave here, 5 minutes, they'll call me. Say, Stan, but we had a meeting with you yesterday. And really, I had a meeting with some of them yesterday. They left for Dubai. So why didn't you tell us? Okay? So don't be discouraged. You have a bigger picture. Remember, what made your father rich is not what will make you. But it's the knowledge that helps you to identify, okay, the new economy. 2, you must remain healthy. Are you with me? When an entrepreneur is in the hospital, you'll be lucky to see your signboard if you come back. Now, so this is why I use myself as a clear testimony. None of my staff has seen me sick. I've not been sick for 20 years. But it comes with a huge principle. I watch everything I eat. Fortunately, my mother was a dietitian. Okay? 2, I must exercise every day. But for you to build a good business, you need time. If you attend all the village meetings, all the church harvest, your competitors are fast-tracking. Finally, let me tell you what happened. When I came from London, I started my business. There's this village meeting. I'm sure first week of every month, you see women wearing uniform, men wearing, they are going village meeting. None is on the island. All of them are after maza around the place. Okay, so this is why I'm saying you must be very clear who you want to be. Are you with me? Somebody invited me. Okay, he buried the mother last Friday. They want to do ceremony. I said, are you stupid? You buried the woman already. In this state of economy? He said, because she's in this society. I said, was she owing them? Go and pay the debt. Okay, and they are brought, the relation is in Lagos. I've been training me in Futo. I went to Futo physically to ask them why they couldn't give the boy admission. I went to the boy's former school to know why he couldn't make the mark to enter Futo. And you know that child? The mother was pregnant, is deaf and dumb. Are you with me? Okay, I said, so why not pick one person from your mother's church, okay, a poor person, and go and train that person? It's more productive than people come and drink and get drunk. So the first meeting I went, this is where I'm landing. I listened to them. This one would talk, this one would raise his hand. He repeat the same thing. This one would raise his hand, he repeat the same. So I watched them, we spent 2 hours. So I say, they say, yeah, the person who calls me chairman, so don't be offended, is Abacha called me this chairman. He thought I was intelligent, but I wasn't intelligent, okay, when I was a student. So that's why every person calls me chairman. They say, chairman, do you have to say something? I say, yes. I say, okay. I like the meeting, very, very productive. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you. Executive, these are my local village people. I appreciate you. But if you want me to be coming every month, I'll be regular. I will come here. But I will not contribute more than any person here. If you want me, if you can give me that concession, anytime people have problems, I support every person say that's the one they wanted. But let me not learn. I'm sorry, you know. If I come here and talk like a professor, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, the day my daughter wedded here, he was here. Because CG, my in-law. And I just told him, I said, that's my daughter. God bless her, I gave her that boy. I didn't invite them. I didn't invite any person from my village. And he knew there was, if you don't have your card, including Dora Aquile, they bounce her here. I'm my deputy governor, they bounce them. I said, you must come with your card. Okay? Now, because you cannot have 30 seats and invite 200 people, and you tell them, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, where are they going to sit? Or you go to a function, you look like a beggar. The hostess is looking for seat, carrying you, looking for seat. So I thought I implemented digitally, and it worked. Every person sat down. Tunidu said he never seen a party like this before. Pascal does all of them come. Because it must happen. Why I didn't invite my village people is that Tinubu is sitting here. He's sitting here. He doesn't know how to handle cutlery. And then the next person, because of the way he's dressed, will be looking at his bag all the time. I think this man is a criminal. It's not a criminal, it's a circumstance. But you know what happened? The Sunday, I invited them, brought 2 musicians from Owerri, called 4 caterers. Sent boss, brother, we went to church, after service now, Church of Assumption. They continue to eat, they sleep. They eat, they sleep. And they made more money because all the governors who came, they gave them money. Are you with me? In the evening, I asked them to pack the food because it was so much. They couldn't eat half of it. 2 weeks after, they wrote me a letter. Said they want to thank me. That God should continue to produce people like me for them. That it was nice. I didn't invite them to the main function. God bless you.
Truly a wise man. Put your hands together. He called me. He said, come, Aki. I know there will be big traffic on that day. I have 2 functions. You will keep me waiting. I said, no, don't worry, Chief. We will do everything NBCC style. So I was here in the first session and I heard Chief Stan wants you. Truly wise man. Chief Leo Stan, A.K. OFR. Let's put our hands together. Chief, thank you very much. That was inspiring. No slides, yet you passed the message. I think we've had a wonderful afternoon. Whether you like it or not, Chief, I will trouble you. You are coming back. Thank you very much, Chief. Let's have a sponsor's video, and I'll call on the next speaker. I'm enjoying myself truly. Are you? Yeah. Great, great. Madam President, are you? Yes, okay. I like to just get the video so that we can go into the second presentation.
In 1894, our first branch opened in Lagos, Nigeria. And we took our place in this new land brimming with possibilities and surprises. Take Kano, for instance. Our first branch opened in Lagos, Nigeria. And we took our place in this new land brimming with possibilities and surprises. Take Kano, for instance, where the city's wealthiest trader made his first deposit. 20 bags of silver arriving on camelback. Aren't you glad that we offer online banking today? Expanding across the West African sub-region and beyond, our early presence made it possible for all hard-working Africans to build great things. So is it any wonder that not 1, but 2 first bankers have gone on to become Nigeria's central banker? We are intricately woven into the fabric of society, supporting polo for over 100 years and pushing the limits of athletic performance. rooted in tradition, but constantly leaning forward into the future. Are you coming?
You first. First Bank.
Let's put our hands together for one of our sponsors, First Bank of Nigeria. Let me also recognize the presence of one of our honorary life vice president, Chief Fola Oshibo. Put your hands together. Now we have in our midst Mr. Ini Ebong, Group Executive, Treasury and International Banking. He is representing Dr. Adesola Adedunton, the MD of First Bank Nigeria. Dr. Adedunton should have been here, but as you know, he's also on a national assignment. You are aware of what is going on today in Lagos. He promised to be here, so we understand why he is not here. Dr. Shola Kazim Adedunton is the Managing Director and CEO of First Bank of Nigeria Limited and subsidiaries. Prior to this appointment, he was Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer for the bank since 2014 and was appointed to the board of the bank. Before joining First Bank in 2014, Shola was a director and the pioneer CFO, business manager of Africa Finance Corporation. He has served as a senior vice president and chief financial officer at the Citibank Nigeria Limited, a senior manager in the financial services group of KPMG Professional Services, and a manager at the Atto Anderson, Nigeria. He has attended executive leadership programs at Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, INSEAD. Shola is a director of African Finance Corporation, AFC, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, PLC, and FMDQ OTC Securities Exchange. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, happily married with children. He'll be talking to us about the power of technology in business development. He is ably represented by Mr. Ini Ebong. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ini Ebong. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express the apologies of our CEO, Dr. Adesola Adedunton. As has been mentioned, as you're all aware, he's further down the road at the Dangote plant unveiling today. So that's why he's not here. He certainly would have loved to be here to deliver this himself. So I've been asked to deliver a paper on his behalf, and I hope I shall do it justice. Second thing I'll say, it's very difficult to talk about technology after someone like, a leading entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur in the field has just spoken. I don't know what I will tell you about technology that Chief Leo Stan has not already done, but we have to follow on behind him. But he certainly has been a trailblazer in that space. And certainly if there's anyone who can speak to technology and the role of business, certainly he can. Okay. How does this work? Good. All right, so I have 20 minutes just to deliver the paper. And we're speaking around the power of technology in business development. We will basically look at it a little bit more from the financial services perspective, given that we represent one of the leading banks in the country, First Bank, and we have been around for a very long time and have seen technology disrupt, improve, and do a lot for our business and financial services, as well as for the rest of society as well. Okay. It's working. Can someone move the slide? Next slide. Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. You know, the 21st century has always been described as the age of digitization and technological development. Indeed, everyone talks about the fourth industrial revolution and what it means. And we're all living witnesses to seeing how it's changing lives, it's changing how we live, how we do business. And certainly there have been definite impacts in what it does to the world of business. So we see that technology helps businesses adapt. It's forcing us to change the way we interact with our customers, how we drive efficiency, and so many things, right? If you look at financial services today, we ask ourselves at least certainly in my institution, are we a bank today or are we a technology company? Indeed, if we look at the amount of resources we expend on investing in technology, it takes a significant part of our OPEX today. But it's certainly helping us streamline the way we do business. And that's from two fronts. One, in terms of how we engage, acquire customers, serve our customers. And then two, in terms of how we actually drive our own processes in the back end that you don't see. It's certainly a necessity. We cannot operate, I just shudder to think of how we operate in today's world without the kind of investments that have been made in the last decade. I look at this room, it's relatively young. I see a lot of young people. But if I think back to, a couple of key big events in the past, some of you may be too young, but a couple of you would remember, you think about the whole buzz around Y2K, which was such a critical, lever in terms of driving a lot of the investments and things around technology at the time, and what it did for, indeed, banking and financial services to where we are today, where there's been a quantum leap. If you think of what we went through COVID and the first lockdown we had in the country, without these investments, we simply would not have been able to operate. So increasingly, large and small businesses are leveraging on technology to deliver. And indeed, we're seeing that if you don't make those investments, a lot of traditional businesses are dying and are closing down. If you think of iconic brands, iconic businesses that have been there for hundreds of years, had to shut down because they did not adapt or make these kind of investments. So how is it empowering business development, right? First things first, it's driving productivity. That is real. If you look at financial services today, how we operate, how we reach our customers. If I take First Bank, for example, today we've got 14 million cardholders, and they're active. We've got about 12 million of our customers actively engage with us digitally, right? If we think about that, we've only got barely 600 branches. If you think of the example I just gave you, think of the cost of running 100,000 branches, which is what our agent network is today. With diesel today at 700, or is it 650 naira a litre, it will be impossible. Already there are discussions around what do we do? Do we start to shut down branches early and things like that? So it does drive efficiency, it does drive cost savings. It improves customer engagement and relationships. Today we see everybody interacting with their banks digitally through the comfort of your smartphone. I mean, for many of you, you may not have experienced what it meant to be going to a bank branch back in the day with tally numbers, clearing that lasted for 1 week. If it was up country, it was 30 days. It was 30 days. If your account was in maybe in a state outside of Lagos. Now, today, we're all used to having instant transfers. And these are things that were unheard of in the past. So it does drive business growth. Like I've explained, it gives us the ability to scale. It gives us the ability to transact much higher volumes, much wider, with a lot more people. And again, we saw that certainly within the pandemic. In real terms, the way we look at it is that's even accelerated the adoption of technology. And I'll give you a story. I mean, when we started predicting, because again, with any business, when you look at the environment and you do scenario planning. So when we noticed what was going on with COVID and we started to project that Nigeria could go into a lockdown, when we had some of those meetings, there were worries that would these investments we had made in technology, in remote working, and all these systems, the redundancies, would they work? You know, there were fears that maybe they wouldn't work. But we came through that, working off-site remotely, shutting down branches, migrating people to the channels, and it did. Today, 90% of all the transactions we do are via our channels. They all run on technology, not via the physical branch. 90%. And First Bank, we transact about 40 transactions every second, to give you an idea of the scale in terms of what we do. And most of that is all digital, all your SMS, USSD, mobile banking, and so on. So it does give us the ability to scale and do a lot more. And it only continues to grow. Now, we continue to see the rise of new technology, and we start to project for what does that mean for the future of business and various industries. But the critical thing here is we need to adapt. I mean, we've seen the rise of the fourth industrial revolution. Everyone talks about the interconnectivity that was driven by the rise of the internet and channels. Now we're moving to the Internet of Things, right? And from where we see it, it's basically where, our smart devices, or autonomous smart devices start talking to each other, right? Much more efficiently and a lot better. Increasingly now, we're beginning to see, like, for example, have launched our own digital experience center where it's totally autonomous. There's no human being, right? So you can go in, you can do things virtually online. You interact solely with the machines, and it does everything. You can generate your cards, you can open accounts, you can do all of that. The next phase is when your devices start talking to themselves. So you walk into the branch, and maybe with the next phase of evolution of your card, it will recognize that you've entered the branch. You don't even need to put it in the machine, and it starts to serve you. So we're seeing that, and we're seeing the application in the real world. Today, not only, most of us we interact with a smart device via a smartphone, right? Today, in your homes, we're getting smarter devices, smart fridges, that recognize how you use them, how you put in things. You can interact with them. It knows when to increase the cooling, do certain things, smart lighting, and all of that. So the connectivities are growing, and are growing rapidly. And businesses are leveraging on that to sell products, gather data about how consumers react so that we can expand our businesses. And that continues to happen. And that brings us into the next big thing, which is data. There's a lot of talk about big data, because all these devices that we have, all your activity that you conduct in the virtual world, via the internet, via interactions with businesses, online, whatever you do, all that data is being harvested. And you leave that digital footprint out there, right, in cyberspace. And it has immense value because it tells us what do you do and provides businesses with an opportunity to sell, to engage, to find out, to meet your needs. And we do that. And that is, and a lot of businesses need to recognize that and extract value out of that. And we see that. We do that a lot in financial services. Today, we're seeing that the next big thing in Nigerian financial services space, in my opinion, is the rise of consumer lending, right? I work in a bank, I work in a financial services institution. We're always accused of not supporting the real sector, not supporting the real individual, and there are a number of reasons why we don't, right? First of all, we can't identify ourselves. We launched the BVM project. Nigeria is still struggling to launch a proper identification project. We've made some good progress with the NIN. Hopefully we will get it universal. But we couldn't identify ourselves, that's one thing. Number two, we didn't have enough data around what we do. But today, that is changing. By using our data analytics, we're able to track what people do. Sorry, another big thing is, for all the size of our population, right, 200 million, 150 million, whatever it is, the estimates are we've got a 90 to 100 million person workforce, right? How many of that, how much of that is informal paid monthly employment? It's a tiny number, right? If you use a proxy, which is how many pension contributors you have, 7.5 million, let's even be generous, gross it up for all those excluded and all that, and double it, or even triple it. That's only 20, 25 million people in formal monthly paid employment, right? To actually get money, salary at the end of the month. So the data sources to say what is a reliable estimate of income, very difficult. Most people live on a daily wage. So it's very difficult to model how do you give consumer credit that way. Using data analytics, we're finding ways to do that, which model how you use your bank account. How often do you pay in money? How often do you take out money? What do you use the money for? And now we're beginning to see true, unsecured, clean consumer credit. Today, at least in our bank today, we've got products right from your phone. You can dial the hashtag using the USSD string and you can get an instant loan. As long as you've got a First Bank account, the algorithm will assess what you do and will pre-qualify you for a loan, right? So we're seeing that, and I think that is going to be big to support the consumers and the people who are not in formal structured employment to access credit. Because we need more credit in our society, in my view, for our economy to grow. There's nothing wrong in borrowing money, as long as you use it for the right things. But I firmly believe that Nigeria as an entity is under-leveraged, right? We simply need to borrow more for us to grow the scale of our economy. Now, other things. Artificial intelligence is big, and that is basically, right, when you've gathered the data, when you've analyzed the data, then we can allow technology make decisions, right, on behalf of what we do. And we're using that in finance, you're seeing that across multiple industries. So it just helps us be a little more predictive in terms of identifying what a customer needs and how we can position to serve them ahead. Very true around global supply chain management. Today, well, again, due to COVID and the Russia-Ukrainian war, that is all up in the air. In fact, the whole notion of globalization is being tossed on its head as people are arguably becoming a little more protectionist and more focused on self-reliance. That seems to be the new trend emerging. But again, AI is very, very important because at the end of the day, as a business, your objective is to serve your customers, sell your product, whatever that may be, whether it's in banking, it's financial services or something else. And if you've got tools that help you identify those ahead, you can position ahead, and that's what AI helps you do. Blockchain, again, becoming very big because fundamentally it allows P2B connectivity, eliminating the need for third parties. And that makes things cheaper, right? Today, the financial services ecosystem today is dependent on a number of third-party providers that have been developed over the years. So things like SWIFT, which underpins global foreign currency funds transfers, other domestic networks that we use to run payments and so on and so forth. Blockchain allows you sidestep that and go point to point, and in theory makes things faster, more secure, and so on. Again, I think this will increasingly become more important, and we begin to see a lot more of this as it affects global trade. I think as directly as a consequence of the Russian-Ukrainian war. You may be aware that the sanctions that were imposed on Russia post the invasion of Ukraine are quite severe. They threw them out of SWIFT, right? I think this will drive the development of alternative platforms that will facilitate both international trade and international payments. They were already there, but they were relegated. I think in the coming years, we'll see them play a much more important role in that regard, as people will try to create alternative backstops to prevent being sanctioned. And we see this today. These are their live use cases of where all this technology is being used. And the key thing is, for being P2P, it drives for better efficiency, speed, and it's a lot cheaper. Other things that we see, and this is more in hard manufacturing, 3D printing, new technologies coming up. We see this a lot now in hardcore manufacturing, where based on digital images, we can manufacture things. It is live, and it cuts across many things, from hardware, cars, different hardcore industries. We're seeing this technology being adopted. Virtual reality, artificial reality, allowing you visualize concepts, right, in much more realistic type settings than have ever been seen. So ahead of it being physically developed, we can visualize or experience it in real time. We're seeing a lot of that. And if you think of what we're doing in terms of our experience centers, we have a bit of that in there. So the new frontiers, they allow you move from the realm of theory into actual practical experiences. We'll move on to drone technology, robotics. I'm particularly enthused about robotics. And the way to look at it is in two ways. There's what I call hard robots, which are the physical devices. So especially in manufacturing, it's real, right? A robot will do the same thing 100% of the time, 100% of the time exactly the same way, or exactly the same way it has been programmed to do it, right? So you see that in manufacturing processes, whether it's painting, repetitive things that typically the human mind may find boring and all that. So that we can visualize. You see the robot doing that. There's the soft robots, which really is the same thing but using software. And we use robots in our bank, at First Bank. In fact, one of my day job is I look after treasury and international banking, so I look after our subsidiaries across Africa. So in my treasury role, there's some repetitive tasks that we do. When we do transactions in the interbank, moving money up and down, we've got so many things to update and all that. So we were the use case for the first robot deployed in First Bank, where we got a software firm to develop this robot. So what it does, it basically takes all that manual repetitive stuff that we have to do to update reports, to report to the central bank and all that kind of stuff, and it does it, right? And it just makes life so much easier. So those, as I call them, soft robots are real. And we see them helping drive processing efficiency in many things that we do. So much so now that we're using robotics across a wide range of functions across the bank, whether it is in the account opening process. Because again, being in financial services, we've got so much requirements around reporting, control, security, and all those kind of things. And we use that to just drive efficiency. And they keep running, we keep deploying them, and all that. And I think that will be increasingly be a big part of what businesses do as we go along, because it just makes things a lot more efficient and effective. So where does this all go? I think there are three core things that drive using technology in business, right? If you want to get the maximum benefit out of that. I think first is technology today exists, right? And is so much more accessible to all of us. And the power, the computing power available today is unfathomable. If you think about what we see 10, 20 years ago, right? When I look at some of the younger people here, you guys are digital natives. You've grown up seeing this, so it's normal to you. Some of us here who are a little bit older, we were born or grew up or got educated in an analog world, right? And we grew into a digital world. So we can understand or we can marvel at the pace of change, right? I remember when I was finishing university, that was when I first got exposed to a desktop computer. And I recall the 5 1/4 floppy disk. I recall the 3.5-inch floppy disk, which came later, which was a massive improvement. That disk was 744 kilobytes. That's what it could store. Today, you look at your smartphone, you've got a little SD card that can do God knows what, right? So if you think of how we've advanced, it's a lot. So it's also important to invest in the people. So as a business, we must first tech up our people. All this technology exists, but do they know how to use it? Do they know how to extract value from it? So we must train and retrain our people to appreciate the technology that is available to them today. Many of us, anytime a new phone comes out, whether it's a new iPhone, whatever it is, 15, 16, whatever, Galaxy 20, 30, we want it. The power in your typical smartphone today, on average, most people probably use what, 10, 20% of the functionality, right? Your basic smartphone of probably 10 years ago, not today, had more computing power than the mainframes that were used to send a human being to the moon and back in 1969. So the power of technology is immense, but we first need to train our people to understand how to use it. And I think a lot of times we deploy, we invest without spending that time. So that is the first thing. The second thing is technology today allows us to accumulate a massive amount of data. Everything we do, we leave a digital train. It gives us tremendous insights around what our customers want, what our customers are doing. And our ability to analyze that data, leverage what we have, will help us position to sell to those customers. And that is critical. Because if you can do that effectively, you can position your products ahead of them in a way or manner that you lead your competition. And finally, we must embrace e-commerce. The world is digital. Marketing, sales, product, everything is going digital. And it is very important that we leverage that. During the pandemic, we saw that. If you study in many of the more developed economies, many traditional iconic brands failed post the lockdowns during the pandemic because they didn't have a digital strategy. They were unable to sell online. So things like, I can't remember some of the companies, BHS, Debenhams, Topshop, Topmans, iconic brands that have been there for hundreds of years failed because they didn't embrace the emerging trend of e-commerce. How do you sell? How do you engage your customers digitally? We cannot forget that. It doesn't mean brick and mortar will go away, but we must learn to adapt. And these are things that are critical. And indeed, we see that these as emerging trends or the future trends of businesses. And this is what you need to do. I mean, certainly in financial services, this is all real for us. Today, I'm pretty sure there are many of you here that don't go into bank branches anymore. I'm sure there are many of you here that your pet peeve would be if our channels don't work, right? Even if they go down for just a few minutes, rather than going to experience the services in the branch. So these are things that we need to, that we think are really important for the future of businesses. These are things that drive how we extract the benefits of technology in expanding, in delivering, in growing the businesses of the future. And I think at that point, I think I would leave it here. I just extend the best wishes of our CEO, Dr. Adeduntom, and I hope we've been able to just shed a few thoughts on our view on how technology is shaping the future of business at this point. So thank you to the Chamber for inviting us here.
I think we can do better for that very value-adding presentation. Thank you, Mr. Iniebong. Thank you very much. At this point, we want to quickly take feedback, questions, perhaps clarifications and comments. So it's my pleasure to invite again Chief Leo Stan Eke. Please, can you step forward, sir? On my right. Thank you very much. I would also like to invite back upstage Mr. Iniebong so that you can take the questions and feedback. Please, let's put our hands together. Now, for me, the two presentations have been quite impactful and insightful. Listening to Chief Leo Stan Eke, sincerely, I was having a think to say that maybe I don't need to run away from here anymore, from this country. The opportunities came back very, very, very clearly to me. And I'm sure we have some questions in the audience. And also, Mr. Iniebong, thank you very much for connecting the future to where we are today. So we'll take a few questions so that answers can be provided. Okay, let me see by show of hands. I can see one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was going to say we're not being gender sensitive, so I can see. Let's start with the lady. Please come up, just one question. Our time is fast spent. We want to try and wrap up very, very quickly. Where is the roving microphone? So please tell us your name and then your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uchenna Ogo. I'm a partner in Bridgeforth Attorneys. I'm glad to be here today to listen to Mr. Stan Eke. I mean, I've heard him speak in different conferences. And, I mean, but today I couldn't connect, you know. I found it very difficult to connect, honestly, because I'm looking at the topic, fast-tracking productivity and leveraging technology. And I couldn't connect from your zero to hero story, you know, and how the technology actually was fast-tracked, you know. So it's something I'd like to really understand, you know, because, I mean, when we're talking to entrepreneurs, I think it's important to really fix the knots, you know, because that's what most of us are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more. Then in batches, we'll give a response. So, please, the mic to my left.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adetunji Adejare, but I think I prefer to be called late starter Adetunji, and there's a reason for that. I'm an admirer of NBCC and also a great follower of NBCC. What I want to comment on is the issue of assessing loan facility from financial institutions. Now, we all know that people within the age range of 60 and above are usually considered as not being no longer part of the productive sector of the economy. Now, no, that's the truth, honestly. And you find that, for instance, like me, at 64 plus now, I find that I'm still healthy, agile, and wiser, and even more industrious than when I was even younger now. But while in paid employment, I discovered a business opportunity in the local government in Lagos State here. And ever since that time, I've been trying to raise fund to key into that business opportunity. But up to this moment, I've not been able to. I've reached out to some financial institutions. I don't want to mention their names here. Unfortunately, if the man that represented BOI was here, I probably would have mentioned some names. So the thing is that people like me, who doesn't want to remain a consumer of what other people produces, that still want to be within the productive sector of the economy, we are being left behind in everything in this country. You can't access loan. You can't. They say you are above 60 years, collateral and all that. And in most cases, somebody like me, I don't even have any means. The 3 banks that I've met, they were talking about collaterals which I cannot afford. I even explored leasing options, but the terms and conditions are not things that I can afford. And here I am today. So I'm still looking for funding, and I want to use this opportunity to appeal to everybody in this hall that if there's anybody that can help me to access fund. So I have the business opportunity, and even the opportunity is even
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think your point is well said. We will take that on board appropriately. So you and then Chief Mowarin can come thereafter.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon all.
I'm trying to bunch everything together so we can all have one shot.
Yes, please. My question goes to the first presenter. And yes, you spoke about a lot of things. My main concern is with Nigeria as a project, as it is. You spoke about how we need better people elected and the right people in the right positions is the answer for this country. I am young, but I still have dreams for this country. I have hope. And but my philosophy comes with the institutions, family, us as a social group. I feel like we don't have the right ingredients to. That is why corruption, aside the government, is wide in in our society. So I feel that the institutions are wrong. The institutions are now well set up based on what we have adapted to, based on what we've learned over time, given what our government has put us through.
So the question
is, do you believe that is true, first of all? Do you believe that the institutions need to be addressed, not just those at the top, but from beneath? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I think two more. We'll have Chief, and then the gentleman there, and then we'll wrap up. Chief Mowarin, please. Yes, one other lady. Okay, sir. We will do that. Okay, there's a lady behind you, Chief. Just hand over the mic to us. Over to you, Chief Maori. No, after you.
Okay.
After you.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For me, this is vintage Leo Stan Eke. I have followed you for more than 30 years.
Wow.
I mean, I've been in media for a little longer. From the get-go, the launch of the Zynos computers and all that, when all the governors and so on were around, I was a party to it. But sir, I want to take full advantage of this activity to respectfully crave your indulgence for the documentation of your experience. Elkanah Ogenovo Moware represent the interests of EOM Business Network on Silverbird Television. We have sent well over 21 to 40 letters to you just to have an interview. Just to have an interview. The lot of gurus that have gone to the great beyond without records, without documentation. Sir, the little that I know that you know will benefit a whole lot. A whole lot. There's a need for books to be written by you or some other people to write by you and for television to interview you. Sir, you are a lifetime achievement brand. We must document you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Mowarin. I cannot agree with you less. Please make it very snappy, straight to the point.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ugochi Ibojekwe. So my question is to Chief Leonard Stan Eke. And maybe before I start my question, I would have to say this. He motivated me to graduate from school with a distinction.
Wow.
He made a promise at the time, and I promised my dad that anytime I meet with him, I'm going to remind him that. I met him in Imo State at a function with Ibrahim Babangida. So now my question, sir, is this. Some of the notable, I read this out of the internet, some of the most notable and disruptive inventions of tomorrow will require a paradigmatic change in the way we interpret things today, in the way we perform tasks, and the technology and resources that we have access to. So, sir, you mentioned two things and advice for entrepreneurs. You said, identify the new economy and remain healthy. In terms of identifying the new economy, what would you suggest are the various ways for them to handle this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ugo. And at this point, I think we'll start with you. Chief for emphasis, has been talking about confronting business challenges and staying ahead. And you can see, indeed, by their fruits, you shall know them. Over to you, sir.
Sorry, I'd like to stand. Thank you very much. I didn't want to leave because it would look like a deaf and dumb situation. So I talked and then I leave. So this is why I was begging I came. Okay, so I'm rescheduling. And when you have respectable organizations like this, you have to respect them. Okay, so if I accept, I do everything humanly possible to be there. Because I saw some of you came because I'm not there. I haven't said this. Partnership in business is like husband and wife. Akin does not know that I changed a lot of things because of the wife. I'm sure you have an idea. Fine. So when you find a good partner, somebody must respect your partner to respect you. If you have a wrong partner, it could affect your growth. Okay? So connecting with the lady, when I looked at the agenda, I knew the person following me was going to talk about technology. Now, if I did my own and did his, okay, it didn't make sense. I was going to tell you about artificial intelligence, some of the disasters of this country. I told you about a factory. If you go to that warehouse, the Conga place, okay, I have every equipment. Technology in the third world is like somebody who is in drug. If I was smoking, I mentioned to you people, I would have been in drug. So imagine I bought that at the point of dismantling, COVID started. It was huge money. The natives in the UK, the local area, the council, okay, they refused after I paid because of it was going to create unemployment. So we now had to start logic after with the government, and then they will not allow 5 people to go and work in a massive place to dismantle. I had the containers already, bills were running. Finally, I brought the 19 containers into the country. So what he was saying, to manage human characters there is like managing, you put lions in a cage. They don't listen. So my strategy, because I lost big money, I don't want to tell you the whole story, but I lost $28 million. So there was a time I was playing music around with Udala, okay? But people didn't know what I was doing. I said, if God wants to save you, that's why I believe politics pastors. If God wants to save you, you put a solution. I woke up because I attend concerts, and the concert, the microphone is not working. They're saying hello, hello. The musician is jumping up. They are not connected. And I like to attend concerts, okay, because I get inspired watching the young men dance. I go to nightclub. I just stopped not too long ago because my wife will not sleep, and she's calling me inside the nightclub. Somebody inside the nightclub doesn't hear phone. But I watch the students. They don't buy more than Coke, but they dance all the tracks. Are you with me? Now, so when I know their time, I say, what do you want to drink or eat? I buy them. I don't drink, remember, and I will not eat, but I'm loaded with cash. I buy drink. Then they will dance more. Then I engage them outside and talk about their lifestyle and co. So I feel inspired. I will not dance, but I come back home. I pick something from them. Okay, but I stopped that not too long ago. So I didn't want to do his job, but just to tell you, I was connecting artificial intelligence with physical robotics. We lost money, big money. Okay? So I was going through depression. That's why people didn't know. I played all the artists, religious artists, more than P-Square, all of them. I'll carry them to Abuja 3 days. I'll pay. In Lagos, we played in a Mark something landmark. And no, not like Federal Palace. Okay, Porakot, Enugu, we shut down Enugu for 3 days. Okay, we did Imo State. I was going through depression, but people didn't know what I was going through. That was when I lost this money. Okay, but I owned the equipment. I designed and brought 2 consultants, A.D. Lawani, okay, the bearded A.D. Lawani, and then I had a consultant in Manhattan. So everything I imported from Manhattan. I built the trucks, 40-foot trucks, 2. I enter pickup. I go to, if you are going to my 2 after Oshodi, if you are going to my 2, around the Solo. No, after the Solo, what do you call that place? Ilasa. There are places they build trucks there. I designed their building. I put musical equipment, everything, brand new trucks. And I bought one for generators. Okay? So most of the equipment, concerts they play are really my equipment. So that's how I met Unusual Praise. Unusual Praise. So that's how I started sponsoring Unusual Praise. Okay? Fine. So what we go through, we don't say everything. Okay? The day people knew, Jimovi and Co, they knew, was the day the Google CEO came. Because one of the project lead for that project that lost money was ex-Google boss. Okay? And it was a privilege for them to incorporate me. I was too small to be incorporated into that investment. Huge multinational banks and corporate. So I leveraged the chairman who is my neighbor in the UK. The day I invested this money, I was celebrating. Okay, but it ended with pay. And they released me without liability because we are still owing. So they thought I was going too much better. Because I look at the man and look at the man. I said, what kind of thing is that? That wife filed divorce. This is why this man is finished. We can't revive him to release the codes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, so there was a time, if you knew me, I fly into New York, 2 days, I'm out. Okay, I fasted, I had to fast, did everything. But the truth is that we lost the money. Okay? So that is the investment I continued. So if you go into that place, I have everything to deploy. Do you know what I wanted to do? Robotics don't go to church. They don't go to village meeting. Are you with me? They don't use phone. That's exactly what he was pointing out there. So with e-commerce, they can work 24 hours. While we are here, they are working. Accuracy is 99.3%. I service them 15 minutes each per month. This one, I tell staff, don't use phone. He's concentrating. Something going to Kaduna, he will send you to Port Harcourt. Are you with me? I say, so these are some of the pain, but that shouldn't encourage you to leave. Everything I'm saying is right inside there. Okay? So, now, the power plant I'm supposed to power, the Chinese, 5 Chinese were supposed to come in. COVID, they can't move. God saved me. I was to travel to hold the last meeting with them. United Nations invited me to speak at Ethiopia. I was supposed to go to Kenya, from there to Dubai, and then last minute I just changed my flight. Otherwise, I think I would have died in China of COVID. Okay, so, madam, I appreciate what you said, but I needed to give him the time to discuss it, and he discussed it brilliantly. Okay, he discussed it brilliantly. So any other opportunity, I will talk. So respect today. There was a gentleman. Okay, yes, the media man. You choose who you want to be. Like I told my staff, I say, if I die, don't come for burial. Because if you are coming for burial and you die on the road, how would I know? Are you with me? Because when I have people, they say stand. So if I die, you won't come. I say, how would you know I came? Are you with me? Life should be practical. If it's convenient, you come in. So you are not owing me that you're my employee or my partner. You don't owe me. And I don't want my wife to start buying champagne to be given to people. I'm gone, I'm gone. I've done my legacy is while I live. If I die, I told them no foundation, no nothing. Okay? I've done my job. God has been wonderful in my life. Okay? So a lot of people have been writing books. Okay? But they can't publish it. 2, I'm in a destructive... You see these young boys? Their brain power is more than mine. If I sit down and release everything to them, in 24 hours they take me out of the business. I'm not just telling you the truth. Find out. So I'm just telling you the truth. A lot have been written. I packed them there. To us, I'm not a politician. Okay. And then 3, the biggest thing which is disrupting a lot of you, discouraging a lot of you, everything Nigeria talk is billionaire, billionaire, billionaire. You see a young man, instead of calling him his name, they say billionaire. I fight the press over this. Huh? It doesn't make sense. Build your identity. Okay? Because every person is a billionaire in Naira now. They're going to devalue it again. Now, finally, the young man. What was yours? No, the young man.
Talking about institutions.
You know, I started technically with institutions, but you know, I said I edited it. Are you with me? No person can change Nigeria that NEPA will run 24 hours in the next 1 year. Are you with me? No person can change the roads because it's a business for some people. The longer it's delayed, the more money. Because the new person comes, he needs to do evaluation. Okay? But that shouldn't discourage you. I see a lot of young men, women living where you are living to slavery. No matter who you are, a black man, you are the richest person. There's a story I don't want to tell you here. But I think somebody wrote it in South Africa. And I wish he switched off this camera. Now, because we hide a lot, okay? As a student, postgraduate student, I entered an estate. At the gate, because I was the only black man, this is the son of a sheikh, rich man. But the son liked Africa. We meet in the library. So he likes to discuss. I talked like this one of the days on campus. He was excited. We became friends. So he told the parents, his birthday, the mother asked him to invite 4 of us. I invite Leo Stan. They like my name, Leo Stan. At the gate of this estate, I was sitting this way. You know, it's right-hand drive. Yeah, right-hand drive. I was sitting this way. So the gate man, so the security gate, the man tapped me. This is an estate where they live. This is a limousine I've never seen in my life. So it was a privilege. I was living in a council flat. Okay? I went down. The man said, "Where are you going?" I said, "We know where we are going." He said, "Are you sure?" You know, I felt terrible. You know, I felt terrible because I was the only black man there. So the driver now mentioned the name. He left us. But I was highly depressed. So I complained to my colleagues. I said, he did that because I'm a black man. So they told the mother of the guy. So when we dance, come outside. Say, Stan, I hear you're not happy. Say, yeah, I say yours. So that man insulted me, the security. He said, no, it's because of the important people living here. Okay, that she's sorry. But I was looking around, I admired the place. You know, when you come from a poor family, if you see something good, admire it, and, you know, pray that you get there. I said, he said, do you like the place? Stan, it's like you like the place. I said, I like the place. He said, but it's very expensive. I said, I will live here in future. Okay, so that's what his son, I don't know that one. That's a younger brother to the friend I knew because he died also. He died of cancer. So I think he met Nigerians in South Africa 3 or 4 months ago. I read it online where he was talking about Leo Stan. So I never saw them again. But I said I must live in that estate. So I called my wife when I made some money. I said I will live in that estate. So how do I enter the estate? That's the problem. So I'm talking to some of you so that it will help your decisions in life. So I called my bank, the MD of Barclays then. He gave me Mike Shine, the director, maybe you know Mike Shine. They organized the chairman of Knight Frank in a massive car. They took us there. That's how I entered the place. So when we saw the most modern house then, one of the beautiful white houses, he's also a Muslim, but he read PhD economics in London School of Economics, a rich guy in Toa. He wanted to sell and buy another one. So he gave us an appointment the next day. So when we went the next day, on our way to the airport, my wife and my kids, he and the wife, they were having breakfast. So immediately we started and said, have something, the house helped. I said, no, we are cool, we are rushing to the airport. We just wanted to agree, and then the lawyers will start working. He passed the letter. As we are talking, courier service brought one letter. He read it and passed it to me. I read the letter. The wife is giving notice of divorce. The two of them were having breakfast. And then now put the condition there that house cannot be sold because their first daughter, who was 7, will wed in that house.
Wow.
Wed in the premises because it's a big premises. So we left and started looking for another one. Finally, I got one. But so I started living there. But I said I must own, I just want to tell you people, I said I must own the biggest house in that place. So my Ikoyi house, I brought out the big consultants. And I built that. So in that estate, these Russians, they are seizing their property. 7 of them are around me. The one on the left, they held it. The one on the right, they held it. The man died February last year in his aircraft in Spain. Okay? Then Putin's relative, he just filed divorce with the husband. Okay? The man ran away to Russia. They also seized it. So passages, if you Google them, okay, that's around my house. No, so why I did it, remember this house, I don't live there. I don't stay there more than 1 month in a year. But I have driver, I have a chef, expensive chef. Okay? Now, when I see Nigerians, do you think I want to come here and suffer? I'm comfortable there because my driver, as I'm talking here, is sleeping. He's doing nothing. And it's on a free house, free light, free accommodation. And he earns more than me in salary. He earns more than all of us here because it's British system. So, I just want to tell you that if we can't control, if we can't correct the institutions, then you don't have a future. My staying here talking to you today, you would have learned one thing, isn't it? So when I see Nigerians running, you cannot be. Any Nigerian who made 98% of Nigerians who claim they made it abroad, okay, you see the ones boasted. It's either too fraud, because you must pay all your bills. Are you with me? And the worst thing to happen to you as a young person, you are going through pain. If you are not used to winter, are you with me? Mike Adenuga, I'm sure he cleaned toilet, most of us. The first day I went to work, when Abacha came, Babangida came, they disrupted the foreign exchange. Every person told me, Stan, you have to work, you have to work. Because I used to get my remittance, even though my parents were not very rich. Early in the morning, 3:30, I went to the place in Battersea, big office block. There were over 1,000 people chasing an illiterate who was allocating the job. They follow him like this, they follow him like this. He now saw where I was standing. I was confused. I said, see how I came to London? I was standing like this. He came, he said, see, this one is a gentleman. Come. He went and allocated 6 toilets to me. Allocated 6 toilets and showed me where I keep my clothes for tomorrow. After I finished that job, I took my bath. He came, he signed, he was okay. See, you're a good man. Others should. I entered class that day. I didn't understand what they were talking about. I was sleeping. So you know what I did? I used to like smoothie. You know, the big pink one. I don't know what you call it because I stopped drinking a long time. Strawberry. Yes, I used to like it. I eat burger 2 times a day and chips. I calculated. Meanwhile, my salary for all this pain was 25 pounds for 6 days. So I calculated my cost of living, and I got off 24. So I cut down. Both my trouser, I went to that walk, my bag, everything remained there till today. So this is what I advise the young man. The opportunity is here. You know the young man I told you that came with a big car? If today you partner with me and you can listen, I invest in you for cashew nuts. I've explored this. Do you know how many people consume cashew nuts in this country? But when you go to buy them in the shop, remember, some of them, they put the full cashew nut on top and the bottom. At the middle are pieces, rubbish. Or they put so much salt or so much sugar. Cashew nut is in this country. Are you with me? You can't supply enough, but you need to increase the brand. Yeah. The brand. So, my gentleman, we all need to save this country. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
If I made a promise, sorry. You said I made a promise. I keep my promises. I'm not a politician. So you whispered to me, but congratulations. Okay, so this is more than any money. So she's qualified. She's a global citizen now with a distinction, isn't it? Thank you.
Wow. This is really, really deep. I'm sure you agree with me. Just yesterday, somebody came to me and told me that there is so much cashew somewhere in Lanlate, near Oyo State, and that he wanted to go invest in that, venture. So opportunities. Please, I just want us to note two things before I go on to Mr. Iniebong to give us his final comments. From what Chief Leo Staneke said, he said, build personal collateral before you build corporate collateral. I think that's very instructive. For the startups in this room, please, it is very important to build your personal collateral before you build corporate collateral. That's number one. Number two, he said trust economy outrights currency economy. The trust that you carry makes all the difference. The trust that you carry will bring in the billions you are looking for. That's what he said. Please, let's note that. I now invite Mr. Iniebong to please respond to the other questions. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Okay, thank you. I think it was Mr. Adetunji, yes, who requested about how he could get a loan or financing. I mean, I would be surprised, doing one of these events if no one had mentioned banks and banks' unwillingness to grant credit. There are two things. First of all, I think before you access credit or financing, right, you need to understand the language of finance. And unfortunately, many budding entrepreneurs or individuals looking for funding do not understand the language of finance, which basically means you have to have your books in order, you have to have a thorough understanding of the business you want to do so that it can be evaluated in a proper manner that will allow financial institutions give you credit. Because remember, we are only an intermediary. We take deposits from a customer and we lend it. We need to get it back to repay the depositors. That's what basic banking is about. That's number one. Number two, it's also a function as an entrepreneur, right? Because there are two things. There's one, there's individual, and as Chief Leo San ably said, you need to build your personal collateral, which is yourself. So as an individual, and I spoke about what we're doing around unsecured consumer credit, which is, with no collateral. But as an individual, if I have a means where I receive regular cash flow, it may not be through salaried employment, it may be through the business I do. Today, we're in a position to lend to you against that, right? So that's one thing. The real issue is for the entrepreneurs, and I see many here or whatever. Now you have to look at what is the stage of evolution of your business. Because in many instances, you may have an idea. Has this idea been tested? Has this idea morphed into a business? Because you see, when you're starting out, and anyone will tell you this, you need a mixture of equity and debt. I will never encourage anyone to finance an idea on debt alone. You can't start by just borrowing money, right? You have to start with putting a bit of skin in the game, your own equity, no matter how small. You start small. So if it is doing this cashew, you start by making 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Demonstrate that it can be done. Demonstrate what it can generate. Then you look for debt. Many a time we start with debt. And unfortunately, in most instances, we'll be doomed to fail. Right? So you may then ask, how do I raise equity? Well, it usually starts from family and friends. Before you start, you generate your idea, you nurture your idea, and you continue. And then what underpins all that, as you do that, run your business properly, right? Keep your books, understand the language of finance so that we can understand what it is you're doing. You can show, you can demonstrate that it is real, then we'll support you. There are numerous schemes around and how banks and financial institutions support small businesses. And it's in our best interest. I always tell people this, and this is one of my roles because I've done treasury for a long time. People think banks exist to collect deposits. No. Remember, for every deposit I take, I pay you. I pay you interest. A bank can't make money just taking deposits. A bank lends. When I lend money, you pay me. That's how banks make money. So it's in our interest to lend. But we've got to lend right so that we can collect the money back and pay depositors. So I think it's about understanding where you're at. If you're an entrepreneur, get the right, be in the right cycle, get the right advice, learn and understand the language of finance, keep good books so people can understand and follow the business you do, and then you raise funding. It's not easy, but as individuals, it's getting a lot better, where we're giving unsecured credit. And that's going to be the next big thing. And you will see it. And it's not just banks today. Fintechs are in that space. Everybody is in it because we've got the people. We're now, with using technology, we're able to study your cash flows. I mean, up until now, the only way we could lend to people was against their salaries. But like I explained before, there are very few people who are in paid salaried employment. So now we find ways to do it different. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Iniebon. I think that's quite clear. So, but please, if you want further, discussions around that, I'm sure you can spare some few minutes to give him one-on-one. Before we bring the closing remarks, thank you for your time and attention. I would like to invite the President, Madam President, to please give our token of appreciation to Mr. Iniebon. As he does, please, may I invite past President Awagu and Honorary Live Vice President Chief Fola Oshibo, please. Let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together. Okay, remove your mask, sir, for the photo. Thank you very much. Please, once more, a round of applause for Mr. Iniebon. Now, the closing remarks. Time is fast spent. Thank you for your time and attention. May I invite Ms. Lara Kayode for the closing remarks, please. Let's encourage her as she comes.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to thank the speakers, Chief Leostan Eke, who, for me, my takeaway is wisdom is profitable to instruct. The chairman of Xenox Group, who really is a worthy ambassador of our country. and also Dr. Adeshola Adeduton, as ably represented by Mr. Iniebong, the MD of First Bank of Nigeria. Our patrons and council members, our sponsors, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking time out to spend a day with us, and I hope we'll see you tomorrow. Before we round up, I have some announcements. Exhibition continues after this session. The exhibition center is upstairs. If you haven't been already, please pop in to have a look. Our hostesses are available to assist you with anything that you require. The conference continues tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's going to be a health session, as we were told earlier, with free medical checks. Let's all endeavor to be part of the session. Please invite someone tomorrow to be part of this event. We're happy to welcome more guests to our sessions tomorrow. Finally, let's continue to maintain all healthy and safety guidelines. If you are interested in becoming a member of the chamber, please visit the headquarters booth to commence the process. And as always, digitally, please follow us on all our social media handles to be informed of all activities. Thank you very much for your time.